Yo, it's your boy Marita Boy. I'm back up in this thing, man. Listen. Boy, listen. Let me tell y'all something, boy. We got a good, good live for y'all this evening. I got a lot of topics. I got a lot of topics, and we're gonna get through them all. Man, listen, man. Shout out to Miss Dade County. Shout out to Anonymous One. Shout out to all the new subscribers, man. If you ain't catch our last live, man, you missed a great one, bro. Listen, bro, we had so many new people in the chat giving their opinions, man. Intelligent opinions, well thought out opinions. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. I appreciate them, bro. Shout out to all the new subscribers. Shout out to all the new subscribers. You know what I'm saying? If you're a new subscriber to this channel, man, do me a favor. Make sure that you post in the chat. I don't care if you just post where you from, but just post that you're a new subscriber. Because once I see that you're a new subscriber, I watch the chat. We all watch the chat. All my subscribers, we all watch the chat. So once I see you're a new subscriber and I see your name in the chat, you know what I'm saying? It gets us familiar with you. Like, it's some people that don't like to post. I understand that. Some people don't like to, they like to sit in the bushes. I understand that. That's your preference. It's cool. As long as you here, as long as you hitting that like button, as long as you supporting the channel. But if you comment in the chat, it kind of let us know who you are. And I remember, I promise you, I remember everybody's name. Shout out to shout out to my girl Yellow Diamond, my Dominican sister. Yeah. So I would encourage you guys to at least comment in the chat who where you from or something like that. Just every now and then. You ain't got to join the conversation if you don't want to. If you want to, I encourage you to join the conversation. But if you don't want to encourage join the conversation, that's cool. But just post in the chat every now and then, so let us know who you is. Because once we know who you is, we get familiar with your name, and then you become part of the family here. Because I'm telling you, we all a family here. Also, make sure you follow me on Instagram, MeritaBoy1, MeritaBoy with the number 1. If you follow me on Instagram, I'm gonna follow you back. And once you follow me on Instagram, DM me. Once you DM me, I'm gonna DM you back, and then we can be able to talk back and forth and share information and, you know what I mean, converse. That's why YouTube, I promise you, YouTube, you slacking. You got to get an inbox or a DM or something where people can talk privately. Where people should not have to always talk publicly in the chat or in the comment section. You need excuse me. You need some form of inbox for people can comment to talk to each other on YouTube. But that's neither here nor there. But follow me on Instagram, DM me. If you I tell you what, if you think I'm lying, just ask the people that followed me on Instagram today. I bet you I DM all of them back. I bet you all of them. I bet all of us corresponded back and forth. Also, if you want to get into blogging, I ain't charging you a dime, y'all. I'm not charging you a dime. I will help you. If you want to get into blogging, just let me know you want to get into blogging. You know what I'm saying? And I'll help you. You know what I'm saying? As far as like I don't know everything. I can show you what I know. You know what I'm saying? And I think what I know is good enough to get you started. The reason why I want to help people with blogging is just because I realize that some of y'all might be great at the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I get joy out of that. Me personally, if I was one of the people that could help you uh blog and then you turn around and blow up, for me, the relationship is more important than any money I could ever charge you or something like that. You know what I mean? You never know um how someone else could help you if you help them. You see what I'm saying? But besides that, I still get joy out of I get joy out of seeing somebody first start and then ask me for help, and then I help them, and then they turn around and be like big as fuck, way bigger than I ever was and stuff like that. And that's how a lot of this works. That's how a lot of this happens. You know what I'm saying? And that would bring me joy. Also, ladies, women, I would definitely encourage y'all to get into blogging. Blogging women go up faster than men in blogging because of course y'all women. You know what I mean? You have sex appeal. You got nice voices. Men and women like to tune in to women. You know what I'm saying? You could tailor your content around what you like to talk about. It could be about female hip hop stars. It could be about food. It could be about whatever. You don't have to blog about this hip hop stuff. You can blog about whatever you want to blog about. You know what I mean? YouTube is much bigger than this small little sector what we in. It's people like Mr. Beast and all these type of people that's doing all type of stuff. You know what I mean? Blogging on all type of stuff. So whatever you interested in, I encourage you to make a YouTube page and try to monetize that type of content, that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of people out there that would be interested in that. You know what I'm saying? Like you'd be surprised. So um yeah, so I encourage you hit that like button, hit that like button. Shout out to Wavy. I encourage y'all to hit me up and let me know, and let me know if y'all interested in learning how to blog. I'll help y'all. You know what I mean? I'll pull y'all up on the panel. Y'all can come up and kind of get your little feet wet. You know what I mean? With debating and stuff and learning how StreamYard work and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Like people charge for this, but I don't. I ain't charge you a dime. I don't want a dime. I promise you, I never say, hey, look, man, give me this for me help you how to. No, I won't do this shit like that. If I tell you I'm gonna do something for you for free, I'm gonna do something for you for free. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter to me. I just would like to help people, and I would build that network of people that that I'm cool with. You know what I'm saying? And we could kind of like, we're working like that. You know what I mean? Who knows? You might live in an area where something happens, and we could kind of share content. You know what I mean? Like you might be like, hey Marita, you in Florida? What's going on down there? I'll be like, da da da. I'll send you what's going on down here. I'll send you some paperwork on this case or that case. And you might be in fucking Canada somewhere. Some shit go down in Canada. You'll be like, hey Marita, yeah, you can run this story, da da da. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just trying to build like a network of people, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that there. But on the docket today, we got a lot of shit. I got to make sure I remember all this shit, dog. We got a lot of shit. So on the docket today, we got some shit that's going down in the Olympics, dog. Like, oh, it ain't funny, dog, but we got like this Algerian female boxer, my nigga, but people questioning whether she's a male or a female because she just beat this lady in like less than a minute, dog. But get this, the she failed the test. Uh, how I'm gonna say this? The test says she a man. When they do the Olympic test on her, it says she's a man, but she is not a man. She's a woman. She she's not a man, but the test says she's a man. And man, that lady who she beat up today, that lady got that lady quit the boxing match. Man, that lady said she ain't never been hit so damn hard a day in her life. That lady said it's not fair, it's not fair, and walked out the boxing ring crying like a bitch when she got them motherfucking blows from Dolph Lundgren. You know what I'm saying? From that Russian on Rocky. But we gonna talk about it, dog. We gonna talk about it. We gonna talk about it. Also, man, we got some more information on the Julio Foolio murder. Listen, we was stuck this morning, bro. We were listening to OG Jacario, and OG Jacario, shout out to OG Jacario, y'all go subscribe to his channel. OG Jacario dropped the video, and he said that the girl Alicia was not celebrating with Julio Foolio that evening. He said she was not at the Airbnb. She was not at the club. She was always in the car with Gutter Zay following Julio Foolio. Then at King AK-47, he dropped a video, and his video said that girl was at the pool party. He said she was at the with celebrating with Julio Foolio at some point that night. So we was trying to figure out on this channel, me and the subscribers and everybody in the chat, which one was telling the truth. Was it Jacario or was it King AK-47? I was tend to lean towards King AK-47, but it was a lot of you guys in the chat that was like, it's OG Jacario. And I ain't gonna lie, OG Jacario video had a lot of good information in it. He was going off some of the paperwork, and I found this video very entertaining, it was a lot of information and there's a lot of things that I didn't know in there, but we was at a stalemate. So I tried to get in contact with OG Jacario, um, but it didn't hit me back. But I did get in touch with King AK-47, and I'm gonna tell y'all what we talked about and what he said. But I did get in contact with him. I hit him up, and I'll tell you what we talked about. Shout out to Nate said it. Um, Also, DC drug kingpin Rafael Edmonds uh, popped out. You know what I'm saying? Some people speculate that he had already been out and just low key, and some people say he just got out. I don't know. But if you don't know who Rayful Edmonds is, Rayful Edmonds was the pretty much the king of Washington D.C. He pretty much introduced crack cocaine to Washington D.C. He had a drug organization that was estimated to be making $2 million per week. Um, he made hundreds of millions of dollars. He was sentenced to uh, life in prison at the age of 24, and he famously um, snitched his way out of prison. Now, his mother was also given 25 years, as well as a couple more members of his family and both of his sisters. Um, it's said that Rayful told because his mother was in jail and he wanted to get her out of jail because his mother was old. His mother was like 50 something years old when they all went to jail, and he didn't want his mother to die in prison. And she did eventually get out. Um, and people saying that that's why Rayful snitched. But whatever, Rayful did snitch. And he has the reputation as being the biggest drug kingpin ever to come out of DC, but he's also has the reputation to be the biggest snitch to ever come out of Washington DC. So we're gonna talk about it. But he's free now, y'all. He free. They got the video circulating of him free. He he walking he walking around. He 59 years old and he free. Also, I wanted to talk about this last night, but we got so deep off into our Julio Foolio conversation that we did. And I want to talk about El Mayo. El Mayo is the Mexican drug lord, partner of El Chapo, who was uh, apprehended earlier last week, and it's sent shockwaves through um, the the drug the drug underworld. And a lot of people are saying that they just didn't understand how El Mayo just just was able to be caught captured so easy. So it's come out that El Mayo was backdoored, you know what I'm saying? But um and people speculate that he was backdoored by one of El Chapo's sons. I want to talk about that real quick because a lot of times when we talk about this stuff, we talk about snitching and we talk about this and we talk about that. But I told y'all how this shit go. I told y'all how this shit go. You know, they tell you, oh, snitching this, snitching that, don't do this, don't do that. Man, listen, man, we're gonna talk about it. Also, man, we got Kamala Harris, dog. You know, I told y'all this ain't a political channel. You can vote who you want to vote for. I just I just been doing my research on Kamala because I didn't know who she was. I know who Donald Trump is, man. I know who Donald Trump is. You know what I'm saying? We know who Donald Trump. It ain't no shock to me. Donald Trump, you know what I mean? We know who he is, but I didn't know who Kamala Harris is. And I've been showing you a couple videos of Judge Joe Brown. He been flaming Kamala Harris because he is being interviewed by Art of the Dialogue right now. And for some reason, Judge Joe Brown, he just do not like Kamala Harris. Now listen, I'm gonna say this now. The things that Judge Joe Brown says about Kamala Harris, he definitely has receipts to them. But he definitely don't like her. Like he don't like her. Now, for what reason he don't like her? Maybe it's the way she is. Maybe it's the way she, uh, the way what he saw her, how he saw her carry herself or behave or do her job when he first met her, when she was a young prosecutor or whatever. I don't know, but he does have receipts for what he say, and I'm telling you, he be he be giving it to her. Now, so I believe what Judge Joe Brown saying. Also, I did my own research, and the claims that he said about Kamala Harris, I also was able to substantiate pretty much every claim that he said, even down to the relationship that she had when she was 29 with the then 60-year-old former mayor of San Francisco, Willie Brown. So even that was substantiated. Now, Kamala Harris didn't do herself any justice by bringing out Meg the Stallion at the DNC. Uh, what's the name, bro? This shit was crazy, bro. Like, let me tell you something. Judge Joe Brown painted Kamala Harris as somebody who was lazy, who sleeps her way. to get what she wants, and somebody who's kind of incompetent, right? So uh when she brought out Meg the Stallion, and Meg the Stallion went to twerking at the DNC fundraiser, like that shit was crazy as hell. Like even I've been watching the internet and I see a lot of black people, I see a lot of black women, I see a lot of women like outraged, like what? Like it was so out of place, like bro, like you know, and I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Uh, it just for me reinforces what I heard, the rumors that I heard Judge Joe Brown uh say about Kamala Harris. That shit crazy as hell, bro. So we're gonna talk about it. Shout out to Q Badass. Shout out to Nate said and shout out to Janice. But we're gonna talk about it though. It's crazy though. But Meg was twerking her ass off up there though. What else we got on the what else we got on the agenda? We got a lot of shit, y'all. I ain't gonna tell y'all no lie. We're gonna be here for a while. Um, let's see. What else we got? We got a lot of shit. We got a lot of shit. I had to write some of this stuff down. Oh, we got Terence Howard, y'all. Y'all know I did like 2 videos maybe a couple weeks ago of Terence Howard with this. You know, he think he got down Stephen Hawking or Neil deGrasse Tyson. Well, um, they kind of like brought Terence Howard back to Joe Rogan's show, and Terence Howard failed miserably. They put Terrence Howard on Joe Rogan's show with a mathematician named Eric Weinstein. He's a frequent guest on Joe Rogan, very smart guy, and he got Terrence Howard to pretty much admit that he was lying. Like it was sad. It was a sad moment when I seen him. I'm like, damn, Terrence, like you've been doing this shit for 10 years and you lying? Like what? But I'm gonna say this though. I think it's something else going on with Terrence, and I'm gonna talk about it. Then we're gonna talk about it. What else we got? We got something else. Oh, um, also Rashad Murphy. Did anybody notice that Rashad Murphy, when he was apprehended for the murder of Julio Foolio, did anybody notice his behavior? Did anybody notice his behavior? Well, it's saying that they got photos of Terrence, of Rashad up close, and Rashad was crying, y'all. When the police came and got Rashad in the police standoff, Rashad was crying. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. That is crazy. Hit that like button on the way in. Hit that like button on the way in. But first, I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get these first little cases out. I'm gonna get this first little stuff out of the way. You know, the little boring stuff. We're gonna give people a chance to come on in, and then we're gonna keep on going.
Happened earlier today in France, and a major controversy too has now erupted out of Paris. An Algerian boxer shown in the red uniform who failed a gender eligibility test last year has now won an opening fight after only 46 seconds. Her opponents breaking down in tears, calling it, quote, unjust. Greg Palcott picks it up from London with more on what happened in the ring. Greg.
Hey, Bill. Yeah, big controversy indeed at the Olympics. A boxer deemed a biological male beating an Italian female opponent, with the Italian crying out, "I couldn't take it anymore." Despite failing that gender test by the International Boxing Association and being banned from an international tournament last year, Algerian 25-year-old Iman Khalif was okayed by Olympic authorities to compete. And apparently today it was a very one-sided fight with Italian Angela Carini, also 25. After just 46 seconds and several sharp punches to the head, including the nose by Khalif, Carini abandoned the fight, threw her helmet to the floor, stormed off the boxing ring, and in fact went on to say that she had never felt such strong blows in a contest before. Now, Algerian Khalif has competed for several years in other international tournaments, including the Olympics, but was banned last year due to, according to officials, elevated levels of testosterone. Algerian sports officials have called the charges against Khalif baseless, but others have raised concerns about the health of opposing athletes when, according to one, a man fights a woman. And Khalif is not the only one getting attention. Taiwan boxer Lin Yu Ting is competing in the Olympics, including a fight tomorrow, and has also been deemed.
Hey, hey, that motherfucker name Lin Yu Ting. Yeah, I want to link you this ting, all right. Link you ting. Hey, look, check this out. Salute the it's Aries way. Shout out to Randy. Hey, look, check this out though. My question is this, y'all. I'm gonna keep playing it for real quick. Cause I told you I like to do stuff that's educational, entertaining, uh uh interesting, you know what I'm saying? Or you know what I mean, or that it's like them three. I can't remember the other four, it's four of them. But look, check this out. This is interesting, y'all, because when I first heard this story, I say, them Russians done motherfucking shot this motherfucker up with steroids, and this a motherfucking man, my nigga. This a man. This ain't no motherfucking woman. But this is a fucking woman, y'all. This is a woman. This is a natural woman. Not Ling Yu Ting is too, but Buddy right here. Yeah, I call this motherfucker Buddy. You know what I'm saying? Buddy is a natural woman, right? So I got a question. I'm gonna play it, but I want y'all to contemplate this because I thought this would be an interesting conversation to have. Do y'all think it's fair for Buddy to compete against the women? Now remember, this is a natural woman. Her body just produces more testosterone than a natural woman. It ain't no steroids and nothing they shooting up. This is how they was born, and it gives them a competitive edge when it's in competition with most women because their body just produce more testosterone. They're more masculine. You know what I mean? They like niggas. You know what I mean? Like so. You know what I'm saying? So y'all let me know. Should Buddy compete? Jump in the comment section and let me know, man. Do y'all think Buddy should not compete? You know what I'm saying, against women?
Biological male, according to the International Boxing Association. In a statement, the IBA said in part, this test conclusively indicated that both athletes did not meet necessary eligibility criteria and were found to have competitive advantages over other female competitors. One more quote from the defeated Italian: boxing is a sport that teaches you to have respect for the opponent. It cannot and must not become an abuse. Back to you, Joe.
What a story. I think it's quite a moment in this whole campaign, whether it's here or overseas. Greg, thank you for that in London. We got more on this now, Dana.
Want to bring in Clarissa Shields. He's a professional boxer and a two-time Olympic gold medalist. It's great to have you. And her necklace there says, "Quote was the greatest woman of all time." It is really good to have you here. You've competed in 2 Olympics. This, you told us in the break, was not an issue when you were in the Olympics. And there's the medals. What do you think about all of this?
Well, my first Olympics, I was 17 years old. So I hadn't even fully developed as a woman. So I couldn't imagine getting inside the ring with the biological men. I mean, even though I fought against the men, but fighting for the Olympics is way bigger than that. It's so much more on the line. So to have to go in there with the opposite gender when, look, women fight against women, men fight against men. So I don't even see how the Olympics done something like this.
You know, I watched this video earlier today, Clarissa. Have you seen it? The Italian boxer saying, "I'm out." Have you seen the video yet?
I've seen it.
I mean, she really looked scared to me. What did you think?
You know, I grew up in a gym sparring against a lot of guys and stuff, but every fighter, woman fighter, does not do that. So, so the power to her did seem like it was much bigger and much stronger, and it did scare her, you know. And I don't know how old she is, but it's still like when you're born a man, you're already born with the bigger muscles and a bigger neck, and you've grown up to be a man. You know, you didn't change genders when you was a kid, so it's, to me, it's just unfair, and I just can't believe that it's being done, and I just couldn't imagine it happening to me.
There's not that many women who are willing to stand up and say this is wrong, and you know, I admire you for doing so. Do you think the Olympics will have a change of heart here? I mean, if you see her, that young woman from Italy, she worked just as hard as anybody else to get to the Olympics, and her dream was dashed in 46 seconds because of him.
It's very hard to qualify.
Hey, y'all ain't catch Buddy. The lady, she say her dream was dashed because of him. Y'all ain't catch her slick ass. She slid down within the list.
Dude, I got
she slid her slick ass, bro. Listen.
and her dream was dashed in 46 seconds because of him.
It is very hard to qualify for the Olympics. You have to go through so many different international tournaments, country tournaments to even make it to the Olympics. So, for me, I can understand her devastation, but it shouldn't be ruined due to a man. And I think that the Olympics definitely dropped the ball, and listen, I don't have anything against transgender women or transgender men. All I'm saying is that men should fight against men, women should fight against women, and transgenders should fight against transgenders. That is how I feel. I will stand with that. I'm not homophobic or anything like that, or against the gay community, but that's not right.
Hey, Clarissa, thanks for coming on and sharing your story. And you'll always have those two medals.
Thank you, guys.
And you are a champ.
Cool, right on. The quote.
Thank you, Clarissa. She's great.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Hey, so look, check it out, right? Look, listen, hold on. Listen.
I'll say something real quick, bro.
Go ahead. I'm finna, you know what I'm saying? I'm doing the put on the thing. Go ahead. What you to say, bro?
Hey, look. Shout out to the chat. Shout out my nigga Marie. Shout out everybody. But y'all,
Shout out.
Me, I'm not sure if y'all know who that woman was up there. That black woman just talked Clarissa Shields. To the women and the niggas who don't know who that was, that's like the #1 female boxer in the world right now.
Facts.
And like if she was my shorty, nigga, nigga, I don't even know how the argument would work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know how that bitch will work in that bedroom, bitch. You better take that meat.
Facts.
Now lay your motherfucking ass down here. I'm big dog up in here. But go ahead though.
If she cocked that left back,
I throw your ass in the chokehold in there, man.
Yeah, then come that MMA shit. Cause that's a tough motherfucker right there, bro.
Yeah, she can fight her ass off though.
My God. And so look, for her to say that, like she said, y'all heard what she said. She was basically squabbling with niggas when she was younger in the academy. And
she from Flint, Michigan. She from Flint, Michigan too.
And she drink dirty, and she come from dirty water drinkers.
Dirty water.
So imagine a bitch that can fight and she don't even need to drink no clean water. That's a dangerous motherfucker,
That's
right?
A tough motherfucker. That's like some old rusty nails.
Come on. So for her to say some shit like that, yeah, man. Kareem or whatever the nigga name was,
Ivan Drago. That motherfucker name. That motherfucker like that Russian on rocket. If he dies, he dies.
I thought he sounded like a Middle Eastern.
They say she Algerian.
Wherever the fuck. Where's that, nigga? Algeria.
I don't know.
No, never mind. Let me not sound stupid, so I can say like I don't know. I don't know. Y'all get in the chat. Where's Algeria? But also the Bismillah, Iraq man, or Raheem nigga, whatever the name was, you need your ass whipped, bro. Cause that's some bullshit. You get in there and you gonna beat a bitch up in 45 seconds, and she done worked her ass off to get to the Olympics, bro. That's some foul shit. That's foul, bro. That's crazy. And they allowing it. And wait. So the Chinese bitch that was on the Chinese, I'm sorry, let me stop calling women bees.
Lin Yuting.
Whatever. Wait, so they said she failed the test too?
Yeah, she a woman too. But listen, hold on. This is what I want to say, bro. Listen, hold on. I got a different opinion of the shit, right? I feel like this is kind of like what they call this shit? Like nature playing a cruel joke on a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? How we always want to like equal rights and all this shit. And I'm glad they should have equal rights. I'm not saying they should. But it's like nature playing a cruel joke. Like
hold on, be careful, nigga.
Yeah. It's like nature playing a cruel joke though.
Hold on, bro. Be careful.
Listen. I agree with equal rights. You know what I mean? I got a mom and sisters and daughters and shit. I'm all for the women. For the record, I want to say this. I think women are the best thing God made, nigga. I swear to God, nigga. I love motherfucking women. I would keep saying that, nigga. I would, if it was no women on this planet, I would want to die, nigga. I would just go by the riverside and just kneel down by the river bank and put one in my head, nigga. Just go on into the light, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I'm all for women. You know what I mean? But I got a different opinion on this, bro. Like they was born like this. Like this is a fucking woman. Like, you know what I mean? I thought at first this is like some old cheating shit that the foreign country was doing. But when I did the research, I forgot this is a fucking woman for real. Like this motherfucker ain't on no steroids or nothing. Just biologically, they body just produce more testosterone or whatever. And the motherfuckers like super women. You know what I'm saying? Like, so who they be like if like they got a genetic advantage, but it's not cheating. It's like nature gave them that advantage. So why shouldn't they be able to compete? They are in their right category. They just physically, genetically, nature just gave them an advantage. What y'all think?
So these are women.
Yes.
Every last one of them they just named.
Yes.
Even the person from Algeria.
Yeah. They ain't transmissions. These women, they can have babies and all. See, that was confusing to me. I thought at first it was some kind of cheating going on.
So why the news lady call him?
You know that they just being petty. They just petty and fuck. What I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like, now listen, for the women who don't have this advantage, I feel y'all, dog. Know what I'm saying? Like, you got to get in that motherfucker with goddamn Ivan Drago, and you got to try to fight that motherfucker. Look at that motherfucker, dog. That motherfucker look like Brittany Griner up there. Know what I'm saying? But it's technically not cheating. It's like you know what I'm saying? Like, who? Okay, I got a question. Well, if they can't compete with the women, then who they gonna compete with? With the men? That's wrong because they're not men. They're not men. Them bitches are hybrid. Them bitches like that blue werewolf off goddamn Underworld, bitch. Them bitches hybrid. Them bitches can go in between, bitch. Them bitches vampires and goddamn wolves. What you say, Aaron?
I don't know, Marita. We're very, very careful here.
You know what they need to do? I'm gonna tell you what they need to do. I can fix it. I can fix it. I just thought about it. They need to have another category with only them motherfucking Neanderthals can compete in. You know what I'm saying? Only them motherfucking cavemen right now, them Sasquatches. Yeah, they need to have a whole nother category with nothing but them hybrids. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah. There we go. Mm-hmm. that sounds a little bit more I would say in fighting terms. Sky, you right. Sky. Fighter killed the woman years ago.
For real? It was a woman, another woman?
Man.
She killed her?
Yeah, she died.
It was one of these creatures that fought the lady?
I don't want to say it, but I believe so. I believe so.
Yeah, that's fucked up then. Shout out to you, Sky, because I didn't think about it that way. Go ahead though, Aaron.
But if you think about it, Marita, they are producing as much testosterone as a nigga. You got to think about it like this: they probably producing more testosterone than the old man.
Yeah.
You know, very, very young man, because they buzzing. It's like I'm saying, I don't know, and I don't know if these type of women are into niggas, but that's crazy.
But I'm gonna say this. But this lady right here,
Krista Shields like niggas, so I guess.
Yeah. I jumped in her inbox before she made her holler. Not bullshit, bullshit. But hey, look. But check it out. I'm saying, but this lady right here in Ling Jinping, Chung Li, they not trans though. They are women. They were born with all the women parts. They just
Look, Maria, I hate to interrupt.
Go ahead, bro.
Now that I'm thinking about this shit 2 days ago, the Olympics, I was at the gym and I had just passed by the TV, and I was flabbergasted, to say the least, my nigga, because when I walked past the TV, you couldn't have told me there wasn't a man fighting wrestling and a woman on the screen, you know?
Yeah, bro.
Hold on. I stopped everything what the fuck I was doing. I was like, man, I know goddamn what. And then look, everybody else just passing by and shit. not giving a fuck. And I'm
Right.
like, I'm trying to get somebody attention. I'm like, y'all, is this a man fighting a woman right now on the screen? So dog, she whipped a bit. The masculine one whipped the other one, obviously.
Right.
And she won gold, but I was just looking. I'm like, bro, there's no way that's a woman. But they kind of have feminine features as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you like, damn, is that a trans? But I guess these are just women that producing just as much testosterone as a man. But here we go again. When you put that up against a regular feminine woman who is producing estrogen, you know how deadly is that? You know what I'm saying? Like that's
deadly. It's deadly. It's deadly.
I don't even know dykes that look that goddamn stiff. You know what I'm saying? I know some stiff ass looking dykes, but these women up here.
Yeah, it's deadly. It's deadly because I didn't even think about what Sky said. I'm glad Sky brought it to my attention.
Oh, I said she was trans.
Yeah, but I'm saying like shit. This lady right here beat her opponent in 40-some seconds. Like this could have got really serious had this shit went on longer. She could fucking kill somebody in the motherfucking ring. So now that now that I'm thinking about that, because I wasn't thinking about it at first. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking that both of them women. Just because one of them got a genetic advantage, hey man, that's she's in her right category. But nah, not if that advantage could cause her to fucking kill somebody in the ring. They need to have another separate category.
Situation waiting to happen, my nigga.
Yeah, bro. They need to have another separate category for this goddamn Neanderthals, my nigga. For real.
Have to, because putting them up against just regular, if your testosterone is above a certain level, then you ought to be damn near categorized as a nigga. And y'all need to have your own fighting class. You know, at middleweight and welter, y'all. Everybody who's testosterone levels are above a certain amount, y'all should be within this weight class, whatever.
Yeah.
Hey,
I got a question.
You'll
take down Carissa Shields.
Oh man, nigga, put me on the spot.
There she go right there. I'm gonna put it right there. Hey, but it was my day, but it was my channel. Fuck,
wait,
we go.
Wait. Hold on, Marita. Hold on.
There go Carissa Shields. You'll take it down.
Look, this is what's. I don't know if Clarissa would like clarifies what Sky's talking about. She said, yes, some of these men loves real women that looks like men.
You think Carissa look like a man?
Look like a man, but she do got some masculine shit. But I'm just one of them nasty Texas niggas. I'm gonna do it. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna do it, nigga. And I like dark skin, so fuck
I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I done looked at her real good. I'll take her ass down in a second, nigga. She fight, but she got a lot of feminine qualities. She can talk that shit all she want, but she got a lot of feminine qualities. I would take her ass down like a motherfucking submarine, boy. I'm talking about with no hesitation.
Got no as voice, no deep tint to her voice. She's still, of course. I have to do that.
Yeah. She's cute.
I'll probably get raw so I can make a baby with her.
Right, for real. If I get me a little muscle, little boxer baby from my leg. Hey, look. But now Xi Jinping
can come on, guys.
Now this motherfucker him. No. Xi Jinping Chung Lee. No, Jack, you all on your own, my nigga.
First, like what they got going on over there, so bro, like, cause they make motherfuckers like Yao Ming. They made him to be that goddamn tall.
Yeah.
Who knows, my nigga?
That's what I was thinking when I first saw the women. I was like, man, maybe this.
That's Kim Jong Un right there.
Yeah, that's a man. I mean, that's a woman that got the high testosterone too. Man, yeah, she kicking ass too. They need to put them two motherfuckers fighting each other, ain't it, bro?
Come on, bro.
I'm telling you.
She look like Jet Li, dog.
I'm telling you. Yeah, she won't get it. She can't
whip
get
that ass? Hell no, bro. I never. Come on.
She can't get it, dog. I'm sorry, it's all over. But yeah, man, I'm gonna move on, man. But I feel bad for that lady that lost like that. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully the Olympics can get this shit together.
Yeah, they got to get that together. That's a very sad situation. Y'all
man.
Y'all making women liabilities to get killed
Yeah.
out. You can't do it.
Yes, to hurt, man. Shout out to anonymous ones, man. We're gonna move on, bro. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to uh goddamn Kamala Harris, dog. Goddamn it. I mean, my favorite little punching bag lately. Hey, check it out though, man. Kamala Harris brought out Meg Thee Stallion, man, and this shit like been going viral, bro. Like, I
Oh
want
yeah.
to, I want the women to chime in and let me know how they feel about this. You know what I'm saying? Because it's really, you know what I mean? It's really representing y'all, and you know, a lot of women feel strongly about Miss Harris. You know, they getting behind Miss Harris. They want Miss Harris to be the first female president. You know what I mean? So. I want to hear about the women feel about this, but we're gonna play this and y'all tell me what y'all think. Hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button.
Bro, no, she didn't do this shit.
I'm Megan. Why was you on that stage twerking? Oh no, I love Meg. That's my girl, and I'm always stand on business when it comes to her. Young girl, you was on that presidential stage twerking. Young girl, you know we cannot be acting like that in front of the TV.
Now, Kamala Harris, I just watched your little halftime show. Your little, halftime show with Meg Thee Stallion. I know you call it a rally, but I beg different. In 2024, this is how the presidential candidates get black votes, because they think we need ratchet, bougie, classic. I love me some Meg Thee Stallion, don't get me wrong. But I think I'd rather look at Megan at her concerts, listen to her in my ear, or watch like on TikTok or something like that. I don't know if this was the right approach.
So instead of Kamala Harris giving us policy to benefit black people, she gave us shaking Megan Thee Stallion. That is what she thinks black people deserves.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody.
Look at this lady right here. Look at this lady right here. What's her name? Ladies, please jump in the chat. Let me know right now. Because it's too many. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna drop the link. I need a woman's perspective, man. You know what I mean? Any women, you know what I mean, want to come up on stage and give us y'all opinion on how y'all feel. Because we two men up here, dog. We two men up here. You know our shit gonna be kind of biased and kind of skewed, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So if it's any woman that want to pull up, I just drop the link in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And hit the link and come up here and give us your opinion on what you think, what y'all think about this. Because this is, listen, I listen. You know, we want somebody to speak for y'all, man. You know, because y'all already know how I feel. You know what I'm saying? So y'all might don't want to hear my shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd rather hear how y'all feel. You know what I'm saying? Because she
Specifically black women.
Huh?
Specifically black women. If y'all don't mind, please get in the chat or hit the link, because I also have questions that I don't want to put in the chat. Like, I would like to ask, because I want to answer, and because there is a stigma going around where black men and black women don't understand each other. So maybe we can get some type of understanding if y'all support or don't support this.
Man was up that bitch giving body yada 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 body yada yada.
It's tasteful, but I'm all for the ratchet shit.
Yeah, I'm with the ratchet shit too. You know, like, hey, man. But I'm saying, like, I need to know if the ladies think that was like the proper atmosphere, because I know they ratchet. You know, they like a little ratchetness too. Because even the women that was up here talking, they just showed talking. They like Meg, but they just felt like it was wasn't the right place or whatever for this to be going on. But also I want to know, how does this reflect on our the Democratic nominee, Miss Kamala Harris? Like, how does this feel? Like, I seen some women in this video that was saying some stuff that I didn't even think about. They was like, this is disrespectful to us to think that this what you gonna do to get our vote. They fucked me up with that. I like to think that I'm a deep thinker, but I ain't gonna lie. Maybe I was more mesmerized about the ass shaking, and I didn't even think that deep. I was like, oh shit, they right. This is this is what they think that's gonna take to get our vote. They can just put Meg up there and shake some ass and then we gonna vote. But I ain't think about it like that. And then I was like, damn, that shit might work though to some people. Body yada 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 yada. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. But I go ahead, bro.
This is my first time seeing this. That's all I want to say. And
this your first time seeing this shit?
I've heard. I knew she had went and did something. I heard about it, but I didn't know she was up there wilding out like this, my nigga. This.
Let me see. Let's go back. Let's go back a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Like, hey.
Yeah, that's it.
One of them niggas.
Megan Thee Stallion. That is what she think black people deserves.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
See, for you.
I like that little part. I ain't gonna lie to you, though. I ain't gonna lie to you, though. Shit, I feel like I'm a king of diamond, man.
Is Kamala Harris on stage or not? She not in stage yet.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this.
Is she on stage? Marita, is she on stage?
I don't know, my nigga. I'm just mesmerized by the ass. But I don't know now. I don't know, bro. This shit is history. This is historical, like a motherfucker. Like, normally candidates been doing this for years. Getting celebrities to help them get votes and things of this nature, and this has been a thing that's been subtly happening over the years. This is really nothing new as far as like getting celebrities to help secure votes, but I guess it's the twerking, bro, the songs, bro, like, you know what I'm saying, like, you know what I mean, like, this is fucking, like, you know what I mean, like, they might have had 2 Live Crew up there, pop that coochie, hey, pop that coochie, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like having Jay-Z and Beyonce up there is one thing, but having motherfucking Lil Kim and goddamn Sexy Red and goddamn Meg Thee Stallion up there at the demo.
What if she got Red gang?
Say it again.
What if she would have got Sexy Red up there, bro?
Bitch, I would have fell out. I would have fell out, bitch. I would have fell motherfucking out.
Nah, come on, man.
I would have fell out. Now I got a question. Do you think this gonna help her secure votes? Do you think some people gonna vote for her because she's cool, because she's got a little ratchetness in her? She like to twerk a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, you think this gonna help her in her campaign?
Man, I would like to say yes, but here's the thing, Marie.
Because let's be honest. What she's trying to do. She's trying to show that I'm cool, I'm down, like, you know what I mean, like I mean, I'm, you know what I mean, like I identify with the average black woman, you know what I mean. We know we like to twerk, they like to twerk at home while they, in their spare time,
The average black woman don't really, well, it's a small percentage of black women that vote. Let's say it like that.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a very small percentage that votes, and we already know where they're going to. Because, they say, like, well, I think it's more women that vote than men that vote, but you got to think about who she are trying to appeal to, because the women her age are definitely going to be, they ain't gonna like that shit. As I would say, a real black woman, my nigga, or whatever you want to call it, they ain't gonna like that, especially older. You know what I'm saying? I know my mama looking at that shit like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, let me speak for my women like my mother, then. You know what I'm saying? Or older women and shit, because I very it's a certain age bracket that I think women vote, like, especially this generation, younger don't give a fuck, women don't give a fuck. But I would like to say no, it would not. It would not help her vote. It actually probably hurt her more than it helped her doing this shit. And honestly, that's real brazen. She didn't give a fuck. She was like, man, fuck it. I'm about to get these ratchet hoes to come out. And I need the ratchet hoes vote. That's what she said. This shit more ratchet than the Trump rally, my nigga.
I swear it is. Listen. Listen. So this is what I'm gonna say. What it to me, what it looked like it goes to me. When you get past all the venom that Joe Brown was spewing from his fangs about Kamala Harris, it kind of reinforces what Joe Brown said. She can't read the room. She like baby, like listen, baby, check this out, baby. Um, the man said you slept your way to the top, right? It's rumors out there. They say this shit is in the New York in the motherfucking Times. They say this shit is documented. That what Joe Brown said. It's documented in the Times, nigga. You can look this shit up in the motherfucking in the goddamn newspapers, right? And the first thing you fucking do is you bring out fucking Meg the Stallion. Like you couldn't have brought out Michelle Obama. You couldn't have brought out bitch somebody a black woman that we kind of like, that kind of like we all kind of like look up to, you know what I'm saying, like that type of shit. Like you ain't talking about no policies or nothing. And I'm gonna say this too. I understand Trump be full of shit too. I understand Trump got a lot of bullshit going on too. I'm not comparing her to Trump because we know he gonna be with the fuck shit too. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But still though, baby, like I feel like she was supposed to show us that them people had her wrong. Cause whether Joe Brown speaking or not, or whoever it is speaking on her, they that their opinion still ain't gonna be the be all end all of whether we vote for you or not. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna vote for you on what we see you do. We're gonna vote for you on what you get up there and how you present yourself to us. At least a responsible voter is. You know what I'm saying? And so we looking at you to lead, my nigga. So like this it's one thing to be hanging out, having a party and chilling. But it's another thing to be the leader of the free world. Like one thing about Obama, he knew how to let his hair down, so to speak. You'll catch Obama dancing a little bit. You'll catch Obama, you know what I'm talking about, doing a little something, him and his wife getting it down a little bit. But he also knew how to turn that shit off and how to put that motherfucking armor on and lead, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying Kamala Harris don't know how to do that. I'm not saying she don't know how to do that. What I'm saying is she need to show us that she know how to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like this Meg the Stallion could have waited till your goddamn once you won, bitch. Bring out Meg then, bitch. Bring out Meg, goddamn all the motherfuckers you want and twerk all up and down that motherfucker. This should have been your celebration, goddamn it. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Sky?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh yeah. I didn't know she had did this until you
See what I'm saying?
Yada
until I
yada
just
yada 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 yada. But go ahead, Joe.
this was not the way to go.
Okay.
I don't know who encouraged her to bring Meg the Stallion out.
Right.
Embarrassing. She's not the black woman representation. She could have picked Fantasia.
Right.
I mean, it's a lot of women, black women, that she could have picked from, but not Meg the Stallion. And
Right.
you have a nerve to get on here with a half suit on, with a tie and twerk. It not a good look. She lost some points. I'm not saying that she won't be a good leader, but that is not what we want.
Right. Sky, I got a question for you.
Mhm.
Would you still vote for her over Trump? Obviously.
That's a good question.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna vote for her for sure.
Right. So what Mark Murder in the chat just said, I think has a lot of substance. He said my mom is a black American and she said she voting Democrat till she died and she Christian in the church, so there's no convincing. Oh, I agree with that, Mark. I want to take back what I said, talking about no, I don't think this would help. Like, no, it probably don't help her, but even still, like Mark said, I think the majority of black women still gonna lean on. They not voting for Trump. They're not doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
it's time for a black woman to be president. It's time to show that we also can make decisions and we have leadership qualities and not just based on body parts. I think she's a good representation for that. But as far as picking people in her Democratic Party, when she do her rallies, she needs to definitely come up with a different plan, because she really lost some points with me. And this, like I said, this is my first time seeing that, and I'm real discouraged that she would even pick her. I mean, if she could have picked a lot of black women to represent on stage, but you chose her, and I'm thinking that Meg Thee Stallion could have, it's a place for that. I mean, like, if you wanted to hold a rally at a college, or with the underage, the 18s, the 19-year-olds, okay, cool, fine, put her over there. But to put her on the main stage is just embarrassing. Now, black people are born, they are definitely born to be Democrats, but I'm not one of those people. I'm for the best man for the job. And if it was a Republican for the job, then I'm going to vote for Republican. If it was a Democrat for the job, then I was going to vote Democrat. I'm more so interested how the racist things that Trump has been saying, saying that she want to be black now. She thought she was what did she say? She thought she was Indian for 20 years, and all of a sudden now you want to be black because you want the black vote. And so I'm more so interested in his point of view about that. But yeah.
Well, so, and I respect your opinion, and I like the way you articulated that. I got to understand how women view this whole situation, and I like how you looked at it from different points of view and attacked it from all different points of view. And I like how you broke it down and said that you're more so for the best man for the job. So I've been looking around a little bit trying to figure out how is she, how is they saying she's not black. So what they're saying is her mother is she's Hindu Asian. Her father is from Jamaica, but he's not black. He's from like this Hindu shit or whatever. Judge Joe Brown was breaking it down.
Yeah, her
But
mom Asian, right?
something like that. Her mom Asian or something like that. Yeah, but she's not black. She is not black.
Right.
She been perpetrating that she's black. And I'm gonna say this. I don't know how. I'm not. That's why I'm glad that you up here, because I would love to know how women view this. Even if she's not black, like how would that affect your vote? You know what I mean? If it came out that okay, she's not black, or would it just be cool anyway because she's a woman? You know what I mean? And she does represent women.
No. Okay, so we have to go back, and people have to do their history before they make certain comments. Okay, let's go back. She pledged AKA.
That don't mean
That's
she's
first
black
of
though.
all. So she ain't been perpetrating that she's black. She's been in with the black people for
Yeah, but hold
a
on. But
minute
just
now,
because
because she
just hold
went
on. But I want to say this though. Just because she AKA don't mean she black. They got AKA members that ain't black.
just a few though, just a
Right.
few, not a
Right.
lot.
Right.
But I voted for Hillary.
Yeah.
So, I'm just like I said, I'm for the best man for the job. So, even if she was not black, I still think that we need something new. We do not want to go back to something old.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump has a lot of issues. And, we're painting to society that it's okay to grab a woman's crotch.
Right.
It's okay to have felonies. It's okay to owe people money. All these
Mm-hmm.
charges that he has and the bullying that he do. Okay, it's okay for all of that. Well, if it's okay for all of that, then some of these people that's in jail, you need to let out, because you allow him to run the streets, and he still has the benefit of running for president. So, I just don't think he's the best man for the job. And people don't need to really realize this. He's only 3 years younger than Biden.
Mm-hmm.
He's only 3 years younger than Biden. So it's not like his mind is well put together and his thinking aspects either. And I found him to be a master manipulator. I thought his father, I did a little history work on him. I think, how the high rises that they were sued because they were bad.
Landlords, yeah.
Yeah, they were sued, and they was also sued for racism up in
Racism,
New
yeah.
York. Yeah, so he doesn't have a clean history with black people.
Right.
Have you done any research on Kamala and her history with black people?
Yeah, I have some of the ways that she vote when she was a judge. You know, at the end of the day, we still human. And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
mistakes she did make as a judge. A lot of her rulings that she made, I didn't agree with, and it do seem she was a little biased towards locking up black men to me. But that's just how I feel about it.
Right. And with that being said, so do you think that's like necessarily standing on the side of black people, or is that just standing on the side as a Democrat? Because I think it's definitely a difference. And like you said, not everybody's perfect. We are, Joe Biden, the person that we have in president right now, he made a lot of terrible decisions and was responsible for a lot of incarceration of African American men without any violent charges. So, and alongside is Kamala. So I think like with all of that, it's a lot being said here. It's a lot that we all have to take in. But I just don't know. And don't get me wrong, I don't think Trump is fit for the job either. But I just don't know if making these decisions, I think that's like I said, a brazen decision she made, and it's kind of a low to stoop just to get the black woman vote. You know what I'm saying? Or just to get the black vote in general. I don't know if y'all, and I don't really think that's good, like leadership qualities. But I don't know if y'all have seen that. It's a picture floating around of her like putting some hot sauce on some food. Have y'all seen that?
Oh man, see, we got to be careful not to pick every little thing apart. We
Mm-hmm.
just cannot do that. And I do extend grace to people because we evolve as people. We start out one way and we end up another way.
Mm-hmm.
In her rulings that she made, if they go back, that may deter a lot of black men from voting for her because she definitely was a tough judge, and a lot of the rulings that she made was a little bit biased, and she was tough in the courtroom. But but the hot sauce. I mean, what about Obama? He was eating a hot dog. I mean, we got to be careful with just kind of picking people apart because I'm gonna
She
say
said
this
Obama
and
eating a hot dog. I feel it though.
I,
What is
I,
it? What is a
I can
glizzy? A glizzy?
then
I can
a chili dog at that.
yeah.
So what do you say about Trump said that he wasn't gonna feed nobody? Everybody that show up to his party's got to eat McDonald's.
Mm-mm.
So shit.
But wait a minute though. He allows his wife to spend $6,000 on a pair of heels.
Mhm.
See what I'm saying? When you start picking, then it's both sides that you can pick from that don't seem like it's right for the American people.
So do you think that just like what's going on is just both of the candidates are flawed and people are gonna be forced to have to pick one poison over the other?
Unfortunately, I don't think that she's a poison. I think that she's the right person for the job right now. A lot of with Putin and what's going on in what's it called? What's who is Putin fighting for again?
Russia, he fighting against Ukraine.
Yeah, Ukraine. a lot of that Trump is not going to do. And Trump is going to pull out of the United Nations. See, you have to go back and look at his policies on what he stands for and what's good for the American people. He also wants to cut Medicare, and he wants to cut Medicaid.
And Social Security, I think, ain't it?
Yep, and Social Security. Now, we know that our elderly needs their medication. They need to be able to go to the doctor, and they already don't get that much anyway. So how much more are you going to cut of that? So those are the things that I'm looking at.
I like that. I like the way you articulated that. It's just sad. It's just sad, in my opinion. It's just sad that
See, they threw a wrench. They threw a wrench in it. They thought that Biden was going to hold on to the end and go ahead and run the race. Once he had a bad night, you know, and he, I don't know if he fell asleep or he forgot what he was, the questions or whatever case it was. But I do not think that they was going to throw Camilla out there, and I'm glad they did, because you see, it kind of turned everything around. Really, it's 50-50 right now, with a standpoint, with a error margin of 2 to 4%.
I got a question. If not to cut you off, but if Joe Biden didn't withdraw, would you have voted for Joe Biden over Donald Trump?
Yes.
No, I'm just asking. I got you.
You know what? Because I am not a Trump fan.
Right. I get you.
I'm not a Trump fan. I don't his policies is what I don't stand for. It's not him himself, it's what he stands for. He wants to rule as a dictatorship, and we are a democracy. You cannot idolize the people. You can't Putin and some of the other countries and want to rule that same way here in the United States. And then and one more thing, and then I'm gonna go.
Okay.
When the resurrection, when all of them stampeded
the Capitol,
you forget that 3 police officers was unalived.
Right.
Okay, we can't forget about those officers and those families, you know, those victims.
Right.
He sent those people over there.
Right.
So it's like, if I don't win, can nobody win? If I don't win, then we're gonna have a coup. That's what he tried to do.
Right.
In a professional language, he tried to stage a coup. So and because he did that, I think he could be very dangerous. I think he could be very dangerous for the American people, especially with getting us involved in situations we don't have no business doing. Then one more thing, he also cut back the military. You see, Biden didn't cut back the military. And when my dad did 30 years, my brother did 25 years, my uncle did 10 years. So I have a long line of people from the military, and how they're treated when they get out of the military is very unfair. It's like, you done with, so, you know, we don't care about your aftercare. You see, we haven't had any problems with the soldiers since they retired, since Biden took office. One of the reasons why both of his sons both were in the military. When Trump was in office, they had all kind of problems with the troops getting what they needed when they retired. So that's how I feel about it as a woman. I hope somebody else come up and give their opinion. Yeah, but that's who I'm voting for. And thank you for having me up. You know, I was dying to come up here anyway.
Oh no, I appreciate you. And we're glad to have you up on, man. Listen, your opinions were well thought out. It actually enlightened me on different perspectives of looking at this. And also my father served in the military as well. He served in Vietnam. He's a member of the Big Red One. And I actually helped build the $500 million VA hospital in Lake Nona, Florida. And you're right, they do take our veterans through a lot of stuff once they get out of the military in order to get their to get the proper care. It took my dad 10 years in order to get his total medical disability compensation from when he was in the Army, from Vietnam, Agent Orange, and things of that nature. So yeah, you're 100% right. So I definitely have a soft spot for the veterans, just because my father served in the military, and I know a lot of his friends, and they all served and things of that nature. So yeah, I agree. And I respect your opinion on the whole situation too. Donald Trump. That's why I say, like, he lost me. He been lost me, but he really lost me when he said that he would pardon that cop that killed Miss Massey.
Yeah,
Like that just threw me all for a loop. You know.
he never had me, but shit.
Yeah.
You really fucked up with that, nigga.
Yeah, you fucked up with that one right there, buddy. You know what I mean?
Me
Like,
too.
Hey,
so yeah, I respect your opinion.
Yeah, for sure. We respect that opinion. Thanks for giving what you really thought.
Start my phone up.
What you say, Sky? Hello? What you say, Sky? Hello? Hello?
Cheers, bro.
All right, Sky. We'll holler at you next time, baby. Appreciate you. All right. That was real though. Appreciate. Hey, look, see, guys, it's all it take to come up here, share your opinion. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Scott, man. Y'all show Scott some love in the chat. Because she definitely did a great job. She did a great job. So you coming up here next, Nay?
Yeah, I've been trying to get Nay or they playing games. They don't want to come up.
All right, so we're gonna move on. Shout out to Meg Thee Stallion for slinging that ass all over the Democratic National Committee stage, my nigga. Hold on, one more time for the roll. One more time for the motherfucking roll. Like I'm King of Diamonds, bitch. Body yada yada yada.
Shout out for ratchet shit.
Pop that thing, man. Pop it, 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 pop it. Ah. Hey, goddamn, hey, I'm always look at that ass, man. You know what I mean? I like looking at that ass, man.
Yeah, if you was gonna get ratchet, I prefer sexy red. If you gonna go all the way, then bitch, get sexy red.
All right. Let me see what else we got going on here. We're gonna get into the Julio Foolio talk, y'all, but I'm just trying to give people time enough to come in here. I listen, y'all. I rarely fucking listen to what Wack 100 say, but he did this opinion that he does have of this situation. I had the same opinion because I've been thinking about this shit lately, dog, and it's about the Duke the Jeweler situation with the mob tie situation. So we're gonna talk about it real quick, and then we're gonna move on. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get it out of the way.
To the content.
Shout out to Get It Radio.
It reveals that J. Prince Jr. lures celebrities down into Houston, ingratiates himself with them, parties with them, brings them to clubs and makes them feel nice, safe, and warm, and then introduces them to a dice game, man, but with a twist, because Wack 100 says that he's scamming celebrities, man, with trick loaded dice, and says he got a whole system set up around it, man, and this may have been the catalyst that led to the argument between Lil Cam and Quavo that led to the shooting that ended up taking Takeoff's life. It is interesting. I'm gonna let y'all get to it. Shout out to Wack 100. Shout out to 100 ENT. This is Getty Radio. Let's go.
I had a dude call me, right? And that nigga Junior been having some shit going on down there in Houston, bro. So it's an inside motherfucker right there. Now this motherfucker, he's the one that's tied to the dude that makes the loaded dice, right? Check the play out. All entertainers, when you go to Houston, stay away from J. Prince Jr. The nigga got a whole play going on. Here go the play right here. The nigga's play is a loaded dice. Now I'm gonna talk about something. Let me see if y'all catch up with them. Y'all catch up with them to what I'm saying. The gets the entertainer, invites him in, act like he's covering for him, hanging out, everything is cool. Let's go here, let's go there, let's go here, let's go there. He introduces the dice game. He got 3 motherfuckers, right, who rotate the dice. Now, these dice is loaded. The nigga tell me it's a nigga named Wolf, Big Caprice, and watch this, and Little Cam are the loaded dice rotators, right? He said, what? There was a situation that occurred that a certain jeweler fucked around and got past the dice on accident and was hitting all them for a couple hundred. They got irritated about that. I ain't gonna go too far into that story because, right, boom. The only way they could get their money back was however niggas got their money back. He said, but the niggas, Lil Cam, Wolf, and Big Caprice are the 3 niggas that's designated to say I'm up, I got the next, and they pass the dice to each other, but they loaded, but they shoot against the motherfucker, whoever's in town, the entertainer, right? They say Jay Prince Jr., he get 30% of whatever the take is. Now, when we was watching DJ Academics breakdown, that Quavo was talking crazy, talking about that change the dice. Remember they was having a little confrontation, they was about the dice.
Yeah.
But hold on, who did they arrest first?
Lil Cam.
Boom. So when this is telling me this, he said, bro, he said it went bad on him not too long ago because motherfucker fucked around and passed the dice to the nigga on the other side and they couldn't say nothing and the niggas hit them for a couple hundred. They say Lil Boosie was mad in the motherfucker. Nigga was a jeweler. I gotta do my research, see what jeweler might have been down there shooting dice. But nevertheless, to all the entertainers, beware of fucking with Jay Prince Jr. when he talked about let's go shoot some dice. Because the nigga got a loaded dice crew of 3 niggas, Lil Cam, Wolf, and Big Caprice. We know Lil Cam in there because I believe somehow, some way he was caught up in the dice situation. Rest in peace, Takeoff. I don't know what's going on. But what I do know this, Jay Prince Jr. got a whole thing that when y'all come into town, hold on, bro. Didn't they say them niggas was in 5th Ward earlier that day shooting dice?
Yep, that's a fact.
So them niggas might have been getting hit all day and it got to the point at the thing where Quavo like, that nigga changed the dice. This nigga Jay Prince Jr., boy, these niggas got all kind of shit going on down there. They say, he said the jeweler nigga got past the dice. He didn't even know the motherfuckers was loaded. He just think he hit. These niggas is mad as a motherfucker. Cause they like, nigga, how you pass this nigga the loaded dice on us? Spy 35 said his name was Duke the Jeweler.
Yeah, Duke the Jeweler, the guy killed before he went to that show.
He got killed after the dice game when he left the dice game.
So wait, I thought they robbed Duke for jewelry. They didn't rob him for jewelry.
No,
Man, they
remember they called him outside the car, outside the stadium. Remember, they called him outside the car, and he still had his bag of jewelry. He still had everything. He had everything on.
Oh, wait. No, see, the nigga called me yesterday. Listen, bro, y'all remember a week ago? I told you the bitch called me and told me he heard that nigga Junior on the balcony talking, and the motherfucker said 80 to 100. Okay, I'm gonna let my people know. Called another nigga and said, yo, stay from over there. And people just called me. They finna get to work. They gonna pick up 80 to 100 niggas. My man yesterday told me they picked up 88 niggas in Houston. This nigga Junior, I think Junior done got his ass caught up. And I think this nigga working. And they hit the 5th Ward too. I told you the nigga already got an issue about his daddy down there or whatever that, all that shit he was telling me down there. They say Junior take is 30% of the loaded dice game. See, when entertainers come into Houston, this nigga gets them like he hosted them and he drives them to shooting dice with these 3 niggas who's his loaded dice crew, Lil Cam, Wolf, and Big Caprice. If you're a motherfucking artist, entertainer, and you been down there to Houston with the hosting of Jay Prince Jr., and that nigga led you to a dice game, and you was getting hit all your shit, and you remember 3 niggas by the name of Big Caprice, Wolf, or Lil Cam, y'all need to get on Jay Prince Jr. bumper because it was a lineup. Y'all need to holler at that nigga because his people then told me inside. He said, what? We the one give him the motherfucking loaded dice.
Who goddamn Quavo was arguing with before he walked out?
I think the argument was about the dice.
But who he was arguing with, though?
I don't know.
Lil Cam.
Oh, was he? So what Lil Cam and so he was shooting dice with Lil Cam. He wanted the loaded dice nigga. Oh, shit. So what Lil Cam in jail for right now? Because the other DJ, they say his bullet, he in there for the murder.
Yeah, violated his probation or some shit.
But Lil Cam was a nigga that, so Lil Cam had the loaded dice. But the J Prince Jr. behind all this shit.
All right, we're going to leave it right there. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this audio, man. Why?
Hey, Aaron.
Yes, sir.
What's your opinion?
Okay, bro. I live in Houston. I'm from Houston, my nigga, so.
You from Houston?
Yeah.
All right, H-time.
So, nigga, I'm gonna keep it real. Allegedly, yeah, that nigga doing that shit. Bro.
So you heard this in the streets.
Like, bro,
allegedly.
This shit it's not a secret, man. Them niggas is out here. Wild shit. As far as the Lil Cam Dice shit, like, it's people that know that's close to their situation and shit, and you know, like, motherfuckers talk, like, that it's gonna happen, bro. People close to the situation talk, and yo, bro, like, that's like known shit though. Before like the shit happened to Quavo though, you know what I'm saying? If you know anything about J Prince and them niggas, you know them niggas be on that shit,
right?
And they trying to make them niggas gonna bleed it dry. You feel me? Like, they don't, you heard what Wack said. That nigga said them niggas been getting hit all day.
You're right,
bro. That's what the nigga. This shit just a no-go in Houston. Like, if you from here, bro, you know, like, don't go shoot dice with a nigga that's not from your hood,
right?
You know, bro. And having some trick a trick dice scheme is crazy, nigga. Like,
crazy.
But bro, like, everybody do that shit out here. So like, them niggas just took it to another level.
Yeah.
Like, for real. Like, bro, you know, like, come on, Marita, you know not to go up to a nigga that got one of them trick boards and you like, nigga,
right.
pick a cup. Like, come on, bro.
Right.
Get the fuck out of here, nigga. You know better than that shit. And
Quavo
tripping. Like, they might have not known. But bro, listen. Sauce Walker said, I wish bro and them would have tapped in with me. That shit would have never happened. You know? And that's because Sauce and them know what the fuck be going on out here. Like I said, bro, this is known information. And niggas from not out here or that's not tapped in here, they probably wouldn't know that. You know what I'm saying? So you come in here green, thinking you just finna shoot dice. But like Wack said, nigga, they got a whole a scheme on your ass. And you been getting hit all day long. So like he said, nigga, fuck that. Change the dice up. After a nigga been getting hit all day, bro. Like he said, they probably hit them niggas for a couple hundred, bro. Like a couple 100,000. You know them niggas, you know the Migos and them niggas, they be gambling for real.
They love to shoot dice. The Migos and Lil Baby them, they love to shoot dice.
They love to gamble, period. Because I remember them niggas was in Vegas one time and they won like 250,000 just gambling. So you feel me? Like, a nigga that come here and want to gamble, and then bro, like, gambling is illegal here in Texas. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't got no casinos and shit here. You can't. It's illegal. So like, niggas go to Louisiana to go gamble. You feel me? So like, if you doing that shit, you already know you doing some like black market shit.
Right.
You feel me? You already going in the dice game, bro. Where are dice games? Everybody. Places the places that should not be going if you got a lot of fucking money and you green and you not from here. You feel me? Like, that's common knowledge. But hell yeah, them niggas scamming like, and I think they killed them other niggas.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Okay, so I just wanted your opinion because I just, you know, I already have four of my opinion. You ever believe they scamming? Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. This is like a no brainer. Now I don't know. I wasn't there 100%. This is just my opinion. So everything is alleged. But do I believe it? Fuck yeah, I believe it. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. If you paid it, what gave it away for me was the Duke the Jeweler situation. Like Duke, like they had the dice games. Then of course Duke the Jeweler is unalived and robbed. Not for his jewelry, because they say Duke had goddamn some hell of a locks on that goddamn jewelry. They say you couldn't get that goddamn jewelry off of him, but he got that goddamn the money that he had done won, and everybody say Duke the Jeweler had done hit. Um, then right after that, they had another dice game. I think Duke the Jeweler got unalive like no longer than a couple weeks before takeoff. It was up to maybe 30 days. It might have not have been that long, but it was right back.
Nigga take off before he died, bro.
Huh?
I met Takeoff like 2 weeks before he died, bro.
Damn.
And that nigga was not trying to be seen. Like I used to work at the Four Seasons Hotel in Houston, down, and them niggas was there. It was just him though. Like Quavo and Offset, them niggas, they wasn't with him. I didn't see them because I know the House of Blues was right behind there, behind the hotel, and that's where they perform and shit. So I seen the nigga, but he had a hoodie on, and I'm like, damn, nigga, that's Takeoff and shit. I'm like, that was good, Takeoff, because I'm at the valet, and like that's where like they got it passed through and shit. He was like, yo, it's good, but he was trying to keep it low key and shit. He had a hoodie on and shit. I'm like, oh, okay. A lot of people do that, so just low key and shit. And then the nigga just walked off, and then the next thing I know, this nigga was dead. I was like,
damn. But yeah, I believe for sure. If you look at listen, bro, like when you from the hood, like you kind of know shit, right? So okay, put it this way. You can kind of peep the setup, like you know what I mean. Like okay, I'm the family member that when my other family members come from out of town, like say I got country family members, right, and they come from out of town and they want work or they want some get high or whatever. I'm the family member that my country family members come holler at when they hit the city, and I love you, cuz, but I'm gonna bust your motherfucking head. You know what I mean? I don't know you like that. I don't know you like that, nigga. I know you, but I don't know you like that. I know y'all got some money, and I'm gonna tear your ass up. Now you gonna get what you want. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You want a couple zips of blow. You know what I'm saying, to take back to y'all city because y'all shit high and we got it for the low. Just know I'm gonna put a little tax on you. I'm gonna put a little tax on you, cuz. You know what I mean? You're gonna get about $100 tax or a $200 tax, depending on what you're buying. You feel what I'm saying? Like, like this is not weed. You're gonna get that you're gonna get that for what it is. You know what I mean? I might throw a couple dollars on it, but pills, yeah, I'm gonna put a little tax on it. But you know what I'm saying? Like this is what happens, bro. Like when you get out of towners coming in and they got a bag, most of the time you trying to figure out a way how to get some of that money out of their pockets. Like I'm just telling you, like this is how it goes, right? So and I can shoot dice. You know what I'm saying? I know how to shoot dice. I do. I like to shoot dice. Not as much as I like to play cards. I don't like to shoot dice a lot because when you shoot dice, at least where I shoot dice at, in the hood, you get dirty. Like you could be clean as fuck, but when you shooting dice, you get sweated in a bitch. It's too much like work. Gotta take you off your shirt. You know what I'm saying? All type of shit. You be sweating like a bitch. The money be dirty because the money be on the ground. Like your hands be dirty. All that type of shit. I don't like that shit. I'd rather sit down and play me some poker or some tonk or some shit like that, and I can still be clean. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather sit like that. But me, I don't gamble on the street no more. Rarely do I gamble. I used to gamble in gambling houses and shit like that. But I go to the Hard Rock, man. I go right down to the Temple. That's why I don't understand why goddamn Julio Foolio didn't get him a room at the Hard Rock. Hard Rock Casino right there in Tampa. I go right down to the Hard Rock in Tampa. They got one down there in Miami too. I go right down there in Tampa and I play poker. I play unlimited poker right in there with all them white boys and I be winning. Like I know how to play. I really know how to play poker. I really know how to play Texas Solo. And I sit right in there. It'll take me probably about $1,000. I don't take that much money because when I lose that, I'm gone. You know what I'm saying? And the rest, and I take me about $1,000 and I sit in there and I play no limit. You know what I mean? And gamble. But yes, I believe they put this shit together to hit these boys out of their money for sure. For sure. And I'm gonna say this too. When you really pay attention to it, That's some petty ass shit to do though. Like if a nigga supposed to be checking in with you, if a nigga supposed to be checking in with you, my nigga, like as far as like you supposed to be protecting them. Like that's how I knew it was some bullshit, bro. Like really, J. Prince Jr. real shit. Like I don't know you like that, bro. But the way you roll, but the way you move, I can't respect it, and I don't like it. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because if a nigga come to my hood with me, like, just say this, Aaron. If you come to my hood with me, bro, let me tell you something. I promise you're gonna be good, nigga. Not only you gonna be good because of me, you're gonna be good because of the other niggas that's affiliated with me that respect me. And being that I brought you, it's all gonna tie in together. You feel what I'm saying? Like my niggas only gonna have to meet you one time, nigga, and they gonna and you with me and we together. And if anybody try you or we get the any static, we all rocking out like we gonna rock out about you like we knew you for 100 years. Because this disrespect, if I bring you somewhere and motherfucking anybody don't respect that, nigga, I got white boys, nigga, swear to God, it's white boys that I met at work, my nigga, and I brought them to the hood, nigga. I brought them to the hood one motherfucking time. I brought them to the hood one time, my nigga, and from that point on, they come through that bitch without me, nigga. I used to slide through the hood and see them standing on my block with my family, with my cousins, with my homies, and they didn't call me and tell me they was coming or nothing, nigga. They just good because I brought them there one time, nigga. I got a YouTube buddy, nigga. Swear to God, his name Zulu King Street Fame, nigga. Swear to God, nigga. He came. I met him through my homeboy, my Latino homeboy Robert Sanchez that got killed, right, nigga. He came through. They started coming through the hood. I promise you, bro. Right now, if Zulu King Street Fame want to pull up to my daddy house, my cousin's house, my nephew's house, anybody's house in the hood, nigga, and he Latino, he can do it, nigga, without me being there. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with him. He gonna like everybody gonna be like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like for real, like that's how this shit supposed to go, and that's how this shit go with me, and how it's supposed to go with anybody when they bringing you when you their guest. You know what I'm saying? Like if I go somewhere with you and I'm supposed to be your guest, everybody who that you introduce me with supposed to treat me that way. It ain't supposed to be no kind of bullshit going on. Ain't nobody supposed to say nothing to me sideways. They ain't supposed to try me or nothing, like, because once they do that to me, they disrespecting you. You see what I'm saying? So I just didn't like the fact that how they brought Takeoff and all of these people. And then when the shit went down with Takeoff, instead of them being on Quavo's side trying to figure out what the fuck went down and trying to get some straightening for them niggas in Houston who pulled this shit, who killed Takeoff, they went to going against Quavo and got down Offset. That shit that threw me. Like that let me know right there that it was some bullshit in the game. That let me know right there that y'all was down with whoever did this to Takeoff instead of y'all being down with Takeoff and Quavo, because them was your guests. Then then on top of that, when the Duke the Jeweler situation played out, if you ever pay attention to this, J. Prince Jr. was saying that he didn't know Duke the Jeweler. He met Duke the Jeweler that day. He didn't even know Duke the Jeweler did jewelry. And then Boosie turned around and said he didn't know who Duke the Jeweler was. He just had met Duke the Jeweler the day before. Well, I got a question. How the fuck did Duke the Jeweler, somebody as popular as him, with all that jewelry and all that shit on, how the fuck did he get up in a dice game with y'all, nigga? Somebody knew him, nigga. I don't give a fuck what he had going on. If somebody didn't co-sign him or knew him, he would not have been up in that dice game with y'all. Y'all knew who the fuck that nigga was, and the fact that y'all saying y'all didn't know who he was is suspicious to me, and let me know that something went down there that y'all know about, whether you had something to do with it or not. You know about it on the back end, and being that you know about it on the back end, did you straighten that? Did you go get down on the nigga who did that, the Duke the Jeweler? Nah, you ain't do a motherfucking thing, and that let me know that y'all was in on the motherfucking shit too. Because if a nigga from Houston did that to Duke the Jeweler without y'all giving him y'all blessing, y'all supposed to handle that nigga, because that means that y'all don't really run shit, and them people don't respect y'all. Because if y'all bring some more people down there, then who's supposed to be checking in or supposed to be y'all supposed to be protected, that means that them niggas will try them niggas. So what the fuck am I checking in with you for? What the fuck am I linking in with you for if you ain't gonna make sure that I'm good where I'm going? Nigga, all this shit just a facade. You just making me, faking it like that I'm protected, but really you down with the robbers and the jackals. So yeah, I believe them niggas tried that nigga. Hell yeah.
By the way, let me say this. The mob ties shit, that's just like for the public. Like,
yeah.
I want y'all to know Houston is very, very big. There are a lot of gangs out here, and it's a lot of different hoods. But kind of like everywhere else, when niggas claim hoods and gangs and hoods and shit, and these young niggas ain't respecting nothing. So, don't get that. Don't let them hype y'all up with that mob ties shit, bro. That's not even like nothing here. Like, I'm telling you, like, maybe within a small circle and shit, but I'm talking about as a whole. No, there's a lot of blood and Crip gangs, and it's a lot of GDs and everything that's everywhere else is out here, bro. And they hood banging and shit, and they not finna listen to no J Prince Jr. nigga or no J Prince, none of them niggas, no look fuck. And you can't control these niggas. Even if you didn't have nothing to do, you can't control what the fuck these niggas want to do if he get into it with a nigga. You feel me? And let me also say this. That should be giving Houston a bad rap. Well, I mean, kind of, because it is very easy to get robbed out here. But for the most part, niggas not doing that if they bring you to the hood and shit. But to my knowledge, I don't think they died in no hood. You know what I'm saying? It was just some hood niggas around. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were just in a situation where they got into it with Lil Cam, and then what happened.
Yeah, but not to cut y'all, but that's another thing. Them niggas had no guns. How the fuck? Why? How the fuck did Takeoff end up shot? At the least, at the most, he should have ended up beat up. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it should have been a fight. How the fuck did y'all kill
one of the Migos?
One of the Migos, who didn't even have no fucking gun. Like, and he wasn't even arguing. He wasn't arguing.
And get them niggas, man. That's how you know. Normally, when you come to a nigga city and shit, and they locking in, nigga, they give you a pole to hold. Especially, nigga, in a state where our gun laws is so loose and it's so easy to get your hands on the gun, nigga. I don't see why. To me, it just seemed like they was like Wax said, nigga. They was lined up since they landed in Houston.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were lined up. Just like I lined up my cousin them to charge them extra 200 on them ounces.
Damn. That's crazy, nigga.
Know how this shit go?
Real shit.
I'm just saying though, yeah, bro, they was lining them up, bro. Like, and that's why I don't listen, bro. I don't know them dudes, bro. I don't know them dudes, but it's just something that just smells bad about the way they move. Like, they walk around with their chest poked out, talk about they want this type of respect and this type of respect, but then y'all don't even get them people. Y'all don't give other people that type of respect. You talk down on people like they beneath you, like they peasants and all type of shit. I'm not saying Jay Prince on this. I'm talking about Jay Prince Jr. And you ain't even been through half the shit that a lot of these people who you talking down on have been through. Nigga, I know you ain't been through what I done been through, nigga. So how you gonna talk down on me? I don't give a fuck about how much money you got, nigga. When it comes to like street shit, like a nigga like that who ain't never been through nothing, who had a silver spoon in his mouth, who went to a private school, you don't outrank me. I don't give a fuck what you say. Not you. Know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't been out that bitch all night pulling all nighters, nigga, flipping 50 packs to 8 balls, from 8 balls to halves, the ounces to motherfucking 4-ways, the 9s. Like, you ain't been out that bitch. You ain't been in no SWAT team and they hit your shit and got an armed trafficking charge, nigga. Know what I'm saying, nigga? You ain't drove no cars with no packs in that bitch over the road, nigga. Know what I'm saying? Nigga, you never ran in no motherfucking body house with no mask on, nigga, trying to figure out where it's at. Nigga, get the fuck out of here. Like, so for a nigga like that to try to talk down on niggas who really from the streets, like, that shit that just boil my motherfucking skin, like my blood, nigga. Like, you supposed to, first of all, you ain't even supposed to be trying to be street at all. You supposed to be trying to be like your brother Jazz, my nigga, because we can respect him. Know what I'm saying? Like, because he ain't trying to be something he ain't. You know what I'm saying? Then you the same nigga with R-word charges. You know what I'm saying? Get on blow and want to take women's cookies. Like, get the fuck out of here, nigga. Like, man. And that shit, that just be pissing me off. Like,
and by the way, niggas seem on the street, we wouldn't even notice who the fuck them niggas is, because everybody in Houston fly. Everybody got a lot of jewelry. Everybody, nigga, this like the city of the grills, of the diamond grills and shit. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, another nigga with jewelry on, with a nice car that we pass up out here. You feel me, nigga?
Yeah.
And it's like I'm telling y'all, the world is way too big for niggas to think like they run it. You feel me?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, what the fuck? Like I don't even listen, bro. I don't even run shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just got a lot of respect from the little area that I grew up in. That's it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't run a motherfucking thing. I ain't even in the streets no more. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, like, so I understand, like, and that's what be throwing me off too. Like, what the fuck is this nigga talking about? It's like he living a movie in his head or something. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to tell you, bro. And it's sad because niggas like can't nobody really back these claims up. You know what I'm saying? Nigga?
Right. Like the thing about it is, bro, like we know how you came up well off, my nigga. Like your daddy, like we know he had to hustle for it. He grinded for it. Even though he out of pocket too. You know what I'm saying? But at least we know that he cut from that. He been out here. He you know what I'm saying? He's a street guy. But you ain't. You know what I'm saying? So like don't talk to us. Don't talk down on us. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't talk down on us, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like what the fuck you talking about? See,
and really he got all that grimy shit from hanging around like niggas like Lil Kim. Like nigga, it's no way that you was raised to be grimy and shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? You only like that. You only get like that when you get around these niggas, and I don't understand it because you really, what are you gaining from this situation, nigga?
Right, right.
What? Okay, let's say you hit for a couple, you hit the Migos for 100,000, nigga. You still got to split that. I don't know how many ways with Lil Kim and all the rest of them niggas that was there to DJ, all that, nigga. Like, you feel me?
And you fucking up a relationship over a couple like nigga, how you talking? You supposed to have all kind of hella money. So what the fuck is a couple $100,000 when you fucking up a relationship with the Migos? Like
petty shit.
Like bro, let me tell you something, bro. Like them type of niggas come fuck with you, my nigga. It's supposed to be love, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like it's supposed to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like bro, let me tell you something.
Are superstars. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, let me tell you something, bro. I'm telling you, bro. It's a lot of niggas, like my crew of niggas, like my homies, you know, that I hang with when I hang out. We know a lot of rap niggas. Like we know a lot of, well, they know a lot of rap niggas. I know some, but they know a lot of rap niggas. Like they periodically catch flights and go hang with this nigga and that nigga and this NBA player and this basketball player. I'm telling you, my niggas stay gone. They stay hanging with this nigga and that nigga and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So if you go to Instagram, they got pictures with everybody, but they be in different places with them. Like I told you, like my nigga was on the yacht with Big Juke, Yo Gotti, and all of them. New Year's Eve, when Eric Bovon died, Eric Bovon's son Grip and my homies is tight. They was all on the yacht down in Miami. Big Juke was down in Miami, hiding out or hanging out right before he got killed. Like they know all of them niggas. My homie showed me text message with him and Juke, all type of shit. So they know a lot of niggas. So what happens is I used to be the nigga that stayed at the spot because when they leave, I get to make all the money. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't got to negotiate who gonna catch this money and that money. And them niggas had like a lot of big time motherfuckers, big money coming through. So I just used to make all the money. You feel what I'm saying? Even sometimes niggas will leave me something. Nigga leave me a little something. Nigga be like, hey, look, I go for them things. This bitch gonna jump when we gone. Huh? You know what I'm saying? So it used to be, sometimes it'll be not the rap niggas, but it'll be the rap niggas friends, or it'll be other rap niggas who we don't know who they is, but they the sidekicks, but they got a little motion too. Like OMB Peasy. Like I met OMB Peasy way before OMB Peasy blew up. You feel what I'm saying? Like I didn't even know who. I didn't even really. He was like a. I ain't gonna say he was a nobody, but I didn't even, like. When I saw OMB Peasy got motion like he got motion, I was happy because I remember when we met him years ago. He used to be coming to the trap with us. He'll come to Orlando and be in the trap with us, sitting down in the trap. We serving it all, nigga, all over it, nigga. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, what you want? You got 400? Yeah. What you got? You got 2? Yeah, you got 100? Yeah, all of that. You feel what I'm saying? And I say all that to say this. We make sure all of them niggas comfortable. You feel me? Like, nigga, you smoke, nigga, we smoking, nigga, whatever, you perks, whatever you want. I never did no perks, but we got it, nigga. If that's what you want, nigga, we got it. You know, we got everything you want, everything you need. We're going out to the club, this, that. You know what I'm saying? So that's how them niggas was supposed to. That's how them niggas was supposed to be doing for the Migos. Can you imagine the Migos would have came? Bro, listen, me and Future ex-manager, we cooler than a motherfucker, nigga. I gave him a nickname. His nickname Freddie, but I gave him the nickname Freddie Bags. He said, man, I'm gonna change my name to Freddie Bags. I say, nigga, change your name to that shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Cause I didn't know who the nigga was. He was hanging with us. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, hey, who this nigga? They're like, that's Future manager. I'm like, that Future manager. I'm like, yeah. So he was going to sign one of my homies to be, they was going to do some management deals. So what he did was he booked one of my homies for a show, and he showed my homie, okay, I'm going to book you for the show, and I'm going to get you these quick little 4 bands. And he did. So look, we went to the show, and we was on stage and shit. So after the show ended, we just stayed on stage talking to DJ D Strong and everybody. The whole club empty, right? So I see the nigga, he disappeared. When he come back, we just talk. I swear the whole club empty, nigga. We still in that. It's like 8 of us left. The hoes, everybody gone. So when he come back, he got a stack of money. He throw that bitch in the air. He throw that bitch to my homie who rap. He caught it. I say, man, where he get that money from? He said this for bro, for performing. I told him I could get him some money. You know what I'm saying? I said, bitch, I'm gonna call you Freddie Bags. You know what I'm saying? From now, he's like, yeah, call me and say, you're like, boy, that name sound good as fuck. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to show you, like, that's how you supposed to treat niggas like that. And they ain't do it like that for they disrespected Quavo, Offset, Takeoff, and all of them. And definitely, and to be honest with you, Duke the Jeweler, his situation is kind of like, but between him and Takeoff, it's kind of like, I don't know, at least Takeoff might get some justice. But Duke the Jeweler, it's like, don't nobody even talk about it. Don't nobody even bring it up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody ride for Duke. Like, and they say Duke was a good dude. You know what I'm saying? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Yeah, like they say Duke was a good dude. Like, y'all just did the man like that?
Man, unfortunately, I didn't know too much about Duke, but from my understanding, he was a successful jeweler. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And to get in a dice game with prominent figures like, Boosie or whatever, like, they not just finna let Boosie not coming here just gambling with a regular nigga off the street, bro.
Facts, bro.
They not just about to let a nigga come, like, just because you look like, I'm telling you, bro, it's a lot of niggas out here that look like they got motherfucking money. Big ass moissanite chains on this shit. Like, niggas don't know unless they put the tester on that bit. Like, they don't know. Even with the tester, you still don't know. So niggas be walking around with them shits and big ass guap some money and shit, nigga. And nigga, you just fit in. You feel me? So, but here's the thing, like, they already know that, especially if you come to Houston often, you already know it's niggas with money out here, it's niggas with it's all of that out here. So to get in a fucking dice game with those niggas and shit, bro, they would have to know somewhere of you. They're not just about to let you in the dice game because you look like you got money, bro. Like, that could be a fucking decoy, you know what I'm saying, for a robbery. You feel what I'm saying?
Hell yeah. That's why I feel like
nigga got 20s on top and ones on the bottom and shit. And whenever they get shooting, the nigga just come stand up the whole dice game. It happens a lot. You feel me? So, and these niggas know that. They know that already. These are hood niggas. So, or at least they got some hood niggas around them. And nigga, it's real easy for shit to happen.
Yeah, so yeah, rest in heaven, rest in peace to Takeoff, rest in peace to Duke the Jeweler. I'm gonna move on. Hopefully somebody gets some justice, my nigga, because I know You know, like that's just fucked up just to be taken out like that, my nigga, and then nobody get no closure. Like, you know, listen, let me tell you this. Let me say this here too, my nigga. I understand people don't want to say shit. Like, you know, I get it. You know what I mean? Nigga don't got nothing to do with that. Nigga ain't finna try to like, nah. But I'm gonna say this though, this the bad side, and this the flip side to that sometimes. When people lose their lives and their family don't get no kind of closure. Like, don't nobody even ride for them. You know what I mean? Don't nobody even get no street justice.
Like you said, just don't even remember who Duke the Jew. You don't even hear that no more.
Right.
Really didn't know who he was prior to that situation. So especially after death,
right.
It's just he died in vain, essentially.
Right. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's the thing, like everybody say Duke was a good dude. Like, you know, this nigga was a jeweler, a black guy, a jeweler. You know what I'm saying? Crazy, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, but rest in peace to Duke. We're gonna move on, man. You know, it is what it is. Excuse me. These are the bad stories. This is the part about the streets and stuff that, you know, they don't tell you. You know what I mean? They glorify all the rest of that shit, but they don't tell you. They don't tell you about this shit right here. You know what I'm saying? Let me see where we going at.
This shit get real grimy, y'all.
All right, we're gonna talk about Rafael Edmonds, y'all. Rayful Edmonds, released from prison. Shout out to the family. This is one of those channels I was telling y'all about, y'all. I don't know the family, but his information does be A1. So if you want another channel on YouTube that you can go to, and that I'm gonna like brush it too. That you can go to, that you can get some truthful information. This is one of them, the family. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Huh?
I believe the family is from DC, y'all.
I think so too. I think so by the way he talked.
You ever been to DC, Marita?
Close. I went to West Virginia. I went to Harper's Ferry, West Virginia to buy a goddamn dog. I used to be heavy into dogs. And you could see Dulles Airport from where I was. You know, DC and Virginia, like, you know what I'm saying? Right there, but no, I never been to DC though.
Now, describe to the people from the South, like the architect, like I guess the geographical how DC and West Virginia looks. Is it true? It shit look like old British colonies and shit, like the way it's built and shit.
Yeah, for sure. But West Virginia, where I was at, that bitch was like mountains, nigga. That bitch was like hillbilly, like the Hatfields and McCoys. I was going to buy pit bulls, you know what I mean? Like, so you know, I was up in the mountains by the Potomac River and shit like that, you know what I mean? Like I knew
by the federal prisons.
Yeah, I know. When I used to be in the dogs, like I used to sell dogs, I used to breed dogs, and I used to know like a lot of the old time hillbilly dudes that had the real deal good ones. And I befriended them, and I used to go up there and spend quite a few dollars on the dogs, and then I used to breed them. You know what I mean? Like I used to get dogs off of champions and shit like that. I really was into that shit, and then I would breed them together, and then I would sell the puppies and shit like that. You know what I mean? But Virginia, but Washington D.C. I want to say this. I never been to Washington D.C., but I kind of like you could. I'm telling you, you could see West Virginia and goddamn Virginia and D.C. is like this. Like if I would have went 2 blocks, I would have been in D.C. You get what I'm saying? Like that's how close I was to D.C. But I'm gonna tell you this. You know, people think about the Capitol and the Capitol buildings and all of that shit like that. But I want to tell y'all something about D.C. DC is motherfucking one of the most dangerous places you could ever go in the United States, my nigga. Like it don't get a lot of pub, but let me tell you something, nigga. They sell crack right across the street from the White House, nigga. Like you could get killed right outside the White House, nigga. I'm telling you, right where them gates at, like looking through to the grass, you can get killed right motherfucking there, nigga. I'm telling you, nigga. Some of the most prolific killers in history have came from motherfucking Washington D.C. nigga. I'm talking about
Alpo went and laid his shit down.
Right.
Get an understanding. Like DC is a run. Like they've been giving the murder capital a run. Like for their money. Like damn, you know they've been up there. You know,
yes.
You know, DC is right by Baltimore. Baltimore is always they always, they top 3 every year. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. Like so people like a lot of people when they get an idea of DC, they get they think about Capitol Hill and politicians and the goddamn Pentagon and goddamn the White House. No, nigga. No, nigga. Listen, Washington, D.C. is one of the most dangerous cities in America. I'm talking about for real. I think the nickname is Chocolate City. It's a lot of black people in Washington, D.C. as well, y'all.
Allegedly, it's a lot of niggas out there.
Yeah, it's a lot of black people, bro. A lot of black people watching DC. The DC that you see on TV and on cameras and on pictures, that's what they want you to see. The real DC, nigga, crack pipes, heroin needles, and goddamn prostitutes, and goddamn all of the gritty, grimy shit is DC, my nigga. A popular YouTuber right now, ex-rapper, is Ant Glizzy. He is from DC. Wale is from DC. You know what I'm saying? Like Shy Glizzy from DC. Like but some of the most prolific killers in history is from motherfucking DC. What's the guy name that killed all them goddamn people from DC? Nate, what's the guy name you be telling me?
Sniper?
No, not him. He was rough too. But what's the nigga name that killed all them goddamn people? Right around the time we got them.
Oh, you talk about Wayne Perry, nigga.
Wayne Perry, goddamn right. Wayne Perry and all the motherfuckers. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Go back in the day, y'all.
Yeah, them motherfuckers was killers, man. Like y'all talking about King Von and Bloodhound Lil Jeff, them niggas was them was serial killers. Them niggas was King Vons and all of them before it was King Vons. And it was yeah.
I don't know if y'all have ever seen The Wire, but The Wire is based off of because Baltimore and DC is like West Virginia and DC is right. It's called the DMV.
The DMV, right?
Maryland, Virginia, because they're also close to each other and they
right.
all shit. So if y'all ever want to go watch some crazy shit, go watch The Wire. It's based off of a story of off Baltimore, and it's basically the same from DC to Baltimore. It's all the same. It's very, very dangerous.
Right. So I'm gonna play this video, but this is Rafael Edmonds. He was the biggest drug dealer out of Washington D.C. and probably the biggest drug dealer, the biggest black drug dealer at that time, right? In the United States, right? You might as well want. I mean, he was big. Rafael Edmonds was big. So
very big back in that time, y'all. Like,
yeah,
he was one of them ones.
Yeah, he was one of them ones, like real shit. Like,
he was biggest in DC,
huh?
Biggest in DC probably at that time.
Yeah, I wanted to give him up I wanted to give him up at least up and down the East Coast. I think he might have was, you know what I'm saying? But he caught life in prison at 24. And he snitched. He turned snitch, and he was able to snitch his way out of jail. But he did over 3 decades. They arrested a lot of people in his family. I think they said they arrested his mom and a couple of sisters, and his mom got 25 years as well. And
he was running it up in prison too for a
right.
while.
He linked it right. So it's alleged that he snitched in order to get his mom out of prison because she had a lot of time and he didn't want her to die in prison. But while he was in prison, he linked in with Griselda Blanco's son. You know her, the godmother, the cocaine cowboys. And when her son got released from prison and extradited back to South America, him and Rayful, he started sending bricks up to Washington D.C. and Rayful to Rayful's people, and they were still making money from inside of jail. So he was free, and Rayful was in jail, and Rayful was still running a multi-million-dollar drug organization from inside of jail. So I'm gonna play it. Shout out to the family. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Hey, listen, make sure y'all hit that like button and make sure y'all donate to the channel. The Cash App is pinned inside the top of the chat. I appreciate it. And hit that like button, y'all. We rocking out tonight. Shout out to It's Aaron's Way.
I'm back better than ever.
They have a lot of respect for me. Everywhere I go, even the young drug dealers, when I'm out walking, they'll come up to me and say, "Mr. Mayor, I'm glad you cleaned up this place. Glad you cleaned up this area." As you stop selling dope, we can do it better.
Get on. Well, I need to talk to you. It's emergency. Well, yes. Okay. All of us. FBI.
Drug ring trial in Washington. 24-year-old Rayful Edmonds convicted of running a $2 million a week cocaine crime outfit in the nation's capital. The one-time schoolyard basketball star faces a mandatory life sentence now. 10 co-defendants, including friends and relatives, were found guilty on related charges. Security surrounding the trial was unusually tight. Names of the jurors were kept secret even from the judge and lawyers to guard against possible reprisals.
Just about everybody inside the jail in some way, shape, form, or fashion is dealing in drugs, either directly or indirectly.
He was caught and 2 years ago struck a deal with the feds. Ever since, he's been telling them exactly how he pulled it off.
In some ways, he's like the Babe Ruth of crack dealers, man. My mother always wanted a nice big house, you know, so I wanted to be able to buy that for her one day. She always wanted a Mercedes. I wanted to be able to buy that for her.
This is your watch.
Yeah, it used to be my watch.
Used to be your watch. The government now has this watch.
Yeah, the government owns it now.
How much did this watch cost?
Close to $100,000.
Was this typical of what you would buy when you were?
Typical things that I would buy when I was home.
Well, you were fancy.
Yeah, I was real jazzy. Yeah, I like, you know, try to have a lot of class.
It was the last day of July in 2024. It's been 35 years since Rafael Edmonds been seen in the public environment. He was seen at an airport with the quote, "I'm back and I'm better." Now, with that video making its rounds on social media, you know the family TV had to bring it to you guys' attention. But we here to bring the truth. That don't look like a video of a man who's back and he's better. They look like a man who been home, who's very sharp, that as a confidential informant, he's been seen, threading lightly, taking the public transportation.
I'm back, better than ever. Yeah. I'm back, better than ever.
Man, we talking about a man who got his mother 25 years in jail.
Because I wanted to put it all behind me. I wanted to help my family, first of all. That was the first thing that gave me the motivation. My mom, my aunt, and my 3 sisters.
His mom, his sisters, brothers-in-law, and others were all in the family business with Edmond and are all serving time. His mother and sisters are together at the Alderson prison camp in West Virginia. The feds told Edmond they would not recommend a sentence reduction for him, but they agreed to go to bat for his 56-year-old mother, who was sentenced to 24 years in prison for her role in Rayful's drug enterprise.
That gotta be crazy being in jail with your mama. Like the sisters in jail with their mama. Like that's crazy than a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna say this. I know niggas who was in jail with their dad. My homeboy, Coolie Ball, he was in jail with his daddy. And I just told y'all the story of one of my dudes, Ray, who actually caught a life sentence with his son, and both of them are doing life right now without the possibility of parole. Him and his son used to rob together, and they robbed niggas, and they ended up catching life. But let me break this down to y'all how the
Crazy was locked up with his daddy and his uncle.
Yeah. Hey, I want to break down to y'all because I know some people might not understand this, but I want to break down to y'all because I was born in '81, so I got a chance to see the crack era and how it destroyed families and the effect that it had on families and people and things of that nature. I want to explain to y'all how his mother and his sisters and all of them could get caught up into this. Can you imagine like y'all living in the hood? Y'all living in the hood. You know, everything is, you know, poverty, your mama working, you know what I mean? It's a little crime going on, you know what I mean? Whatever. We talking about in the 80s. We talking like BMF time with the show, Big Meechnam time, that time right there. Motherfuckers walking around with boom boxes on their shoulders and shit like that, paid in full time, shit like that. So when crack hit the hood, y'all got to understand this. Everybody was, when crack hit the hood, it was like a stimulus package. It was like, nigga, you could get this substance, and you could go outside your door and you can make thousands of dollars within minutes or a few hours because the demand of it was so high at the time, and everybody or a lot of people was doing it at the time. This is before it was crackheads. This is when,
how old were you when the crack era was at, like when it first hit? How old were you?
Probably about 6 or 7.
Okay, so in its peak, how old were you?
Probably about 10, 11.
Damn.
Yeah, about 10, 11. Yeah.
Because I'm 28. you know, I was born in 96, so like I wasn't off the porch yet. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I kind of jumped off the porch in 96. That, you know what I mean? That was kind of like my, you know what I mean? The year, 95,
Yeah,
96. Yeah.
that's what they say. But nah, yeah. And I got family members and shit. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Talk to them. Majority of my family is from Louisiana and shit. So like, all through Louisiana. So like, you know, they tell me how it was when crack first hit, but you know, they also had a heroin epidemic in Louisiana as well. You know, so like, they told me like how it kind of how they kind of balanced each other out, but the murder, like, you know, I don't know. They said it was very fucked up whenever crack hit, because you know, violence hit and shit.
Mm-hmm.
How did you experience it? Like when crack first hit, do you remember seeing like the downfall of the black community? Like,
Hell yeah. Hell
right,
yeah. That's it.
eyes?
Listen, man, to be honest with you, bro, I feel like me personally, I still feel like I'm still dealing with the effects, the downfall, the effects of the crack era. And it's crazy to say, but let me tell you how this shit affects, right? So we had a good life. You know what I'm saying? We had a good life from 81, from the time I was born. Even though we lived in the hood, it was like, I remember like 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old, we lived in the hood, right? My mom got with my stepdad. She broke up with my dad. I don't ever remember my mom and my daddy ever being together. I don't remember them being together at all. But my daddy always married. But I do know that my daddy sold drugs. I knew that from 4 years old. I knew that. Like I don't know, maybe the kids told me or whoever, but I remember, and I knew when I seen him. My daddy looked good. He had money, Jerry curl, nice cars. Like, he looked like David Ruffin them. You know what I'm talking about? Like them type niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he always had money. Always had the water money. Always breaking me off. So I always looked up to that. Like, I was always happy. Like, nigga, this, I don't know who this. I don't see this nigga that much, but I know this my daddy, and this nigga look good. This nigga got money. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that's what you understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, this nigga got money. So my mom got with my stepdad. Broke up with my, I guess she broke up with my dad or whatever. So from like 5 to like 10, we had like a nice life. We moved out of the hood, moved into like this semi-suburbs where like these white people, and my neighbors was like Latino and white and shit like that. To a nice part of Orlando. And boom. I remember when we would go to my auntie house every Sunday, like this back when they would have like the parties. Your family would have like your family would have like the parties every Sunday. So we would go over my auntie house every Sunday. And my auntie would have like a bunch of their friends over, and they would play spades, they would barbecue, they would cook. The men would be in the front room watching football, smoking, passing joints around, smoking weed and shit. And then the kids, us, will be outside. They make us go outside and play with we'll play with their kids, and we'll just be playing and shit. And then this was every fucking Sunday. But I remember sometimes I used to see them passing around a can. They'll have a can, like, and I'm kind of older than all the rest of the kids. I'm my mama's oldest kid. So I would see them passing around a can, like a regular Budweiser can, but they'll have it bent. And then they'll put the light on top, and they'll be sucking on it, but they'll pass around. So I see it, and they'll run me off. Go, take your ass on back outside, or go on back in that room or whatever. Go on, use the bathroom, and because you'll kind of come in and use the bathroom sometime, or come in because you thirsty sometime. So I remember that shit. So I'm like, okay, but it really wasn't nothing. So when my mama and my stepdaddy broke up, it was, I could tell like we had kind of got poor for some reason. And I remember getting poor because the Christmas went from I'm getting bicycles and Ataris and scooters and shit, to I remember one Christmas, nigga, let's say how like they got Walt Disney World, nigga. I remember my mom and them had got like Mickey Mouse like little figurines and put wrapping paper on them bitches. And when Christmas came, nigga, I opened that bitch up and I seen like it was like a Mickey Mouse motherfucking figurine. I'm like, nigga, I'm like 9, 10 now, nigga. I can, nigga, this ain't no present here, nigga. This is some shit you got. You know what I'm saying? Like from the Salvation Army or some shit. Like, who the fuck plays with Mickey Mouse, nigga? This ain't no G.I. Joe, nigga. This ain't no motherfucking bicycle, no skates. And then I remember sometimes we used to have to, we lost our apartment, And I couldn't really understand what was going on because my mom used to work and my stepdad used to work too, but we lost our apartment. So then I remember that we sometimes used to have to get, we lost the apartment, we have to get hotels. And sometimes when they couldn't have no money to get no hotel, they used to we used to sleep in the car. You know what I'm saying? And then my auntie, we used to sleep in my aunt, we used to stay in my auntie, we were parking my auntie driveway, and my auntie had a husband, but she had no kids. But she'll let us come inside sometimes. Sometimes my auntie will let me and my sister and my brother come inside, but she'll have my mom and my stepdad will sleep outside in the car. So, but I didn't put all this together at the time as to this is what was going on, right? With the crack shit, right? So when my mom and my stepdaddy finally broke up, right? My mama ended up going to live with my mama's sister and her daughter. My mama's sister had a daughter that was the same age as my mama. Now you got to think now, I'm probably like 10, so my mama probably like 29, about 29, 30. My auntie, who is my mama's sister, is way older than my mama. She probably like 45, you know what I'm saying? But her daughter is the same age as my mama. And they lived in a full-blown crack house, my nigga. A full-blown crack house. And my sister and my brother went to stay with their daddy. You know what I'm saying? My stepdad had a car, shit like that. So they went with him. You know what I'm saying? But he not my daddy. So I went with my mama. You know what I'm saying? So, and plus my real daddy already had a wife and a family and shit. So I can't go over there with them. So and anyway, I'm the oldest anyway. So I don't want to leave my mom. I'm rocking with my mama. I don't give a fuck what the fuck going on. I'm not gonna leave my motherfucking mama. You know what I'm saying? So I'm in the crack house with my mama. I'm talking about I'm in a full-blown crack house, nigga, on everything, like on New Jack City, nigga. I'm talking about, nigga, it's motherfuckers tricking, fucking in the room right there. It's rubbers on the floor, nigga. It's no electricity, nigga. I'm talking
How
about they
old
got
are you at the time?
like 10. It's like
So you definitely know what's going on, bro.
Hell yeah. Not by now I know what's going on. So it's a kerosene heater, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what you gotta ice. They have me go to the store. I go to the store and I get like $2-3 worth of kerosene. And you used to have to put the kerosene, I ride a bike and I have like a gas can and I get the kerosene, put in that bitch, my nigga. And used to bro, I'm talking about the house was so fucking junky. You know what I'm saying, bro? You'll see, like, bro, it'll be all kind of crackheads. Like, I'll be on the couch with the crackheads, nigga. I'm talking about, nigga, like, huddled up with the goddamn, with the heater, you know what I'm saying? Like, real shit, because, you know, all of them smoke dope in the house. And my mama and all of them, now I'm beginning to see that everybody's smoking dope in this bitch. So, you know how the crackheads do. It's like the house, like everybody come and go. Like if somebody come up there and they got like a little bit of money, or somebody want to have sex with one of
the crack community.
Yeah, the crackhead ladies in there. My auntie will let them go in the room. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, go ahead, and they'll break my auntie off a little bit of dope, and you know what I'm saying? And then the shit just used to be going down. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then after a while, that shit, you know, and then I put 2 and 2 together. When I saw them with that can, when I was like young, my mom and them was already doing it then, bro. You get what I'm saying? They was already doing it, but they just had not went down. They had not took them down yet. This is before crackheads. See, people don't realize that when crack first hit, it wasn't crackheads. It was like a cool thing to do. The crackhead part didn't hit till around like 87, 86. You know what I'm saying? Like sort of like Molly now. Like people at first, people was doing MDMA. They was
crackheads
cool.
Still was fine, y'all. That was
people was doing
about crackheads.
Yeah, people was doing like crack, like how people did Molly at first, and it was like cool. And now you see the Molly heads, now them motherfuckers look bad, like crackheads.
Like how niggas pop perks, y'all.
Yes, exactly. Like so, that's what happened. At first, my mom and them and everybody was good until when that motherfucking that cocaine monkey just latched on to them and just they really saw the real what they was doing, like how the detrimental that shit was. And yeah, so I had to, you know what I mean? Hey, you know, that's how that shit fucked me up. And it's still and I'm still dealing with it because of course my mom, she ended up passing later on down the line or whatever. But it shit bothered my sister. It don't really bother me like that, but I'm saying it bothers my family. Like my sister, she had resentment towards my mama for that because she felt like that when she became a young woman, she didn't have her mama. You know what I mean? She didn't because my mama was battling addiction. She was with her daddy. When my sister got her periods and things of that nature, my mom was not. My mom was fighting addiction like a motherfucker. And my sister got taken away from my mama by her daddy, which was a good decision. Like my mama, they both agreed. My sister never got taken by like foster care or nothing, but it was just the better place for her. My sister was a pretty young girl, and being in a crack house was no place for her. You feel me? And being that my sister and my brother had the same daddy, their daddy took them. You know what I'm saying? Now it bothers my sister because she felt like she never had a mama to connect to on that daughter mama level. So that still bothers her to this day. It still bothers her. My sister still cries. Sometimes she'll get in her car and she'll cry. And she's a grown ass woman and she'll cry because of those situations. My brother, it bothers him because he was the youngest. He was a baby. This shit happened when he was probably around like 5. Like he was real little, 5, 6. So his mama got taken. He lost his mama early. See, me, I stayed with my mama till I was like 14, 15. You know what I'm saying? So me and my mama was way more closer than them. You know what I'm saying? They feel like they lost out on having a mama because of the addiction. So that's why I say we still fighting the effects of the crack era even to this day. You get what I'm saying?
Do you agree with Charleston White when he said we never recovered from crack, the black community?
Yeah, I agree.
I agree as well. Yeah, because I remember I got uncles and family members that had drug addictions and shit. The crack shit was one thing, but the worst thing I ever seen somebody addicted to was dog food. That's heroin, y'all. Actually, I'm lying. I got a white partner that's addicted to fentanyl and crack still right now. Like that's his drug of choice. Like I got 1 or 2 white partners and one of them actually like is addicted to that shit. So like but I had an uncle that was a crackhead as well. And like I just remember the smell of that shit, especially like, growing up and then getting into the streets and fucking with it, like the smell of that shit, whipping it, and the smell of it when somebody burning cocaine just stank. Like burning cocaine smells so bad, y'all. If y'all never smelled that shit, if you ever smell it, you'll never forget it. Cause that shit, it smells terrible. But yeah, crack, that shit was bad. But unfortunately I got to see downfall of even harder drugs. And that's just some shit that's I don't even know how to explain. Like I don't even know how to explain somebody's addiction to fentanyl, but it's really it's a sad addiction. It's a sad existence, and I see kind of what my partner got to go through and shit, and I be like, damn, like nigga, you living a very, very, very miserable life. You know what I'm saying? And you stuck, you a slave to this shit.
Just not because that's just think about. So it's funny. It's kind of crazy, kind of ironic though. On one hand, my mama was a crackhead, but on the other hand, my daddy was the biggest drug dealer in the fucking neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit crazy to the motherfucker. And when my daddy and my mama met, she wasn't on crack. You see what I'm saying? My daddy never did no drugs a day in his life. My dad never smoked no weed, nothing. You know what I'm saying? All he did was drunk a little bit and he smoked cigarettes. He smoked Winston's like a bitch, but he quit that shit too. But my daddy never did no kind of drugs. I'm talking about never in his fucking life, period. My mama got on drugs with my stepdaddy, if in my opinion, from what I can remember. You feel what I'm saying? But it did get to a point. It did get to a point when we lived in that crack house. When I lived in that crack house, I used to have to go to school from that crack house, right? So if you know about crackheads steal every fucking thing. So I didn't have no clothes. Like they would literally steal my clothes. And everybody that house that I was related to was a woman. My auntie was a woman. My mama was a woman, and my cousin, which is my auntie's daughter, who was my mama's age, was a woman. It's also crackhead men there who can physically overpower those women. Of course, it would be arguments here and there, but the men would get away with stealing shit, whatever. It was always thievery going on. It was nothing. thievery went on 24/7. Arguments went on periodically, but I was never able to keep no clothes or nothing like that. And I would have to wash out my clothes in the tub, and then sometimes I would hang them up on the stove. Like, I don't know if y'all know how, you know what I mean? Like, you cut open the stove and let the oven be on, and then you just get you something heavy and hang your pants over the stove so that the heat can dry your pants by the morning time, right? Well, sometimes I used to fall asleep, and I remember one time I fell asleep and I burnt the whole front of my pants. I had to go to school like that. That shit was so fucking embarrassing, dog. That shit was crazy as fuck. And then one teacher named one teacher named Miss Gordon, she peeped that shit, and she told me, she was like, "This is what I want you to do." She was like, "When we go to lunch tomorrow, I want you to get in the back of the line." She said, I want you to go back to this classroom. She said, I want you to open this drawer right here. She said, I'm gonna get you some shoes, I'm gonna get you some pants, I'm gonna get you some shirts, I'm gonna get you some school supplies. She said, I want you to put it all in your book bag. She said, don't you tell nobody that I bought you shit, none of this. And she said, just take it on home. She said, and every now and then when I'm gonna buy you some stuff, and it's gonna be in this drawer right here, but I'm gonna let you sit in the back of the line. And when we go to lunch, you go back to the classroom and you get it. And that's what I did. I never forget that lady named Miss Gordon. I never got a chance to like thank her or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know what happened to her, but I'm pretty sure she's probably gone right now. But the black lady, the black teacher, she did that for me. But fast forward, as I got older, as I grew up, I listen, let me tell you something. That shit be rough, a rough existence. But I tell you no lie, my nigga, it be rough, my nigga. But when you come from that type of shit, it teach you how to survive, dog. You know what I'm saying? It teach you how to. It be all kind of heartache and pain and bad shit going on around you.
100%, bro.
But as a kid, you learn how to survive. Like, you learn how to, you know what I'm saying? So you learn how to.
I'm glad you turned out the way you did, my nigga, because I swear to God, I got partners that came from survival. I came from love. I had loving parents and shit, but they weren't always doing the best in life. But they later on in life they definitely got it together. But still, nigga, I got partners that came from survival and they never could turn off that switch. Like, even still, like, very, very few people can turn it off because a lot of niggas just completely go the other way. Like,
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, okay. So, well, for me, let me tell you what happened with me. What helped me. First of all, God saved me. I could have been dead a bunch of times, but what I think really what helped me was it never was really me anyways. The streets never really was me anyways. Periodically at times I had fun in the streets, but it wasn't as fun. The streets wasn't as fun for me as it was for my friends. My friends, and I got a lot of friends or associates that enjoyed being dope boys. They actually understood who we were at the time. Like, I didn't understand, like, okay, like, case in point, I'm from Beirut, Crosstown, Corner Boys, Orlando, Florida. That's where I'm from, right? I didn't understand at the time where I was, who I was, the crew I were in with, what I represented. I didn't understand at the time this was a thing. Like, my homeboys wore that shit like a badge. Nigga, I'm from the corner. Nigga, I'm from Beirut. Nigga, I'm from this. Like, that shit didn't never bother. That shit never. I didn't care about that shit. I played like I did because, and I did that sometimes, like when I got a little older in jail and shit like that, and represented, hold it down for where I'm from and shit like that. But at first I didn't. Like, all I wanted was to get back to the goddamn time where I had a good, stable family life between when I was 5 and I was 10. That's all I ever wanted to get back to. And to be honest with you, all my life, that's all I ever wanted to get back to. From in my whole life, even up till now, all I ever wanted was to get back to that moment in time where I had a family and everything was peaceful. Mama go to work, daddy go to work, we went to school, come home, mama cook dinner, we all sit down at the dinner table and eat and go to bed, and nice little neighborhood. That's all. I swear to God, that's crazy, but that's all I ever wanted, even to this day. That's my whole dream, and I'll tell you no lie, I was never able to get back to that. I never like every now and then I have little moments of peace in life, but it never lasts long. It would be maybe 6 months, maybe a year, but I could never build that same kind of environment again. It would something would happen. Me and my baby mama get caught cheating, and we end up breaking up, or some shit like that, or you know what I mean, like, or something would happen to where the dream would just slip out of my damn hands. But I always wanted to get back to that, and I never was able to. So, yeah, that shit still fuck with you. Yeah, the crack. We never recovered from the crack era. But I'm gonna say this. So I ended up becoming a drug dealer. You know what I'm saying? I ended up becoming a drug dealer because when you a kid and you gotta survive. See, I never sold drugs because I wanted to. Like, I never sold drugs because I wanted to be Scarface. I never gave a fuck about that shit. I never gave a fuck about selling no bricks, none of that shit. I sold drugs because we didn't have, like, nigga, I didn't have no clothes, nigga. I still remember when I went and bought my first outfit, nigga. I remember this, nigga. I remember when I bought my first outfit from drug money, nigga. Nigga, I felt so fucking good, nigga. Let me tell you something. I felt like I must have was so dirty before then, to when I hit the block with the brand new shoes, with the brand new shirt, brand new shorts, brand new haircut, everything. The niggas on the block, they said, damn, they're like, look at shit. It was noticeable. I still remember the day. I still remember the feeling. They was like, look at shit don't snap, don't he got the brand new Nikes on. He got
that'll turn the kid, nigga.
Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what I did it for. I did it to make sure that I was presentable. Like I'm telling you, so let me tell y'all something, parents. Make sure your kids presentable, my nigga. Like, that's a big part of their life, my nigga. Like, I understand, you might don't got it to buy the Nikes and shit. I didn't buy my first pair of Jordans, so I was grown. Real shit. I didn't own a pair of Jordans, real shit. So I was grown, like, in my 20s, nigga. Real shit. That's why I never been to Disney World. I never been to Disney World, and I lived in Orlando mostly all my life because we couldn't afford to go to Disney World. But make sure your kids presentable, because that got a lot to do with their confidence and shit like that. You feel what I'm saying? And I promise you, I sold the drugs a lot solely because I didn't have no clothes, and I wanted to make sure that I was present. I got tired of getting picked at. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. Real shit. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm gonna go and play Rayful, man. So yeah, I definitely had something to do with the crack era. I lived the crack era. But I'm gonna tell you how your parents, how his sisters and mamas and all them get into that, because they could go out the door and make that kind of money. And if Rayful making that kind of money, like, it's like everybody around them did crack at that time, probably like your cousins, your friends, your homies, your homegirls. So it wasn't like it was hard for anybody to resist selling crack at that time, because the money was so prevalent. It was so easy to make. You get what I'm saying? So, I'm just telling you how his sister and mom and them probably got into it.
Oh, mom. I love her. So, what I miss her.
Man, when you doing all that in the streets, man, you can't just think about your mother. You gotta think about the mothers you affect, the people you telling on, and the kids you taking away from their mothers. It's a real thing. Now, Rafael Edmonds went from one of the most dangerous, beloved people in the nation's capital to one of the biggest wrecks we'll ever see today. So today we're gonna go to DC, fam. We're gonna take it back to the 80s. We're gonna get in the mind of a man who was making, according to the feds, $1.2 million a day, to becoming one of the biggest informants in DC history. So before we go over this one, I want you guys to remember, I don't give you no name. I just give you the story. So with that being said, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We'll jump right to it. Washington, D.C. in the 1980s, Marion Barry was the mayor.
How do you feel as mayor?
The mayor was on crack too, y'all.
Yeah.
Capital. Walking around here tonight, you have on a bulletproof vest. How does that make you feel?
I feel like the mayors of New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Cleveland, Detroit. We all embattled.
Go-go was the music of choice, and Chuck Brown was selling out venues.
Yeah, that mirror's on crack, y'all. Y'all gotta go look up Mary.
Hey, y'all see my boy on the y'all show my boy Pulu some love in the chat. That's my boy Binky. Bink was out there with us. So Bink know what I'm talking about. Know what I'm saying? Bink know what I'm talking about. Like he as far as when we was youngsters and the things that we had to deal with the crack era and how that shit affected our families. You know, I got my story and Bink got his own story or whatever, but he definitely somebody that you know what I mean, that was out there and he witnessed it and he lived it and yeah, so it affected a lot of us. So, you know.
Georgetown was the place to shop, and some will say it still is to this day. Georgetown University, their head coach was John Thompson, and in 1984, he was the first black head coach to win a national championship.
Players win! Players win! John Thompson is the first black coach to ever win the NCAA basketball championship.
Probably made far more mistakes than I ever had success.
Hey, hit that like button and please share this video and donate to the channel. The Cash App is pinned at the top of the chat. I appreciate y'all.
Because we attempted to do things.
I want to thank Coach Thompson for saving my life.
The Redskins was winning, but also they had a big-time drug dealer who was making his rounds. With DC being so small, almost everybody knew him. Rafael Edmonds III, a guy so powerful and had so much reach. At the time, Alonzo Mourning was the big name in basketball for Georgetown University. Coach Thompson had to step in and have a private meeting with the kingpin drug dealer and had him stop having communication with his athletes. Even once mentioned in the DMV's very own Wale a Life show, track titled Georgetown Press on Wale's mixtape for Lauren.
Town coach John Thompson made a personal appeal to Edmond to stay away from his players. He built this team into a national power. And now the specter of a DC drug dealer in the Asian crack, that could have destroyed everything.
But by this time, when Wale released this mixtape in the early 2010s, Rayful was already known as one of the biggest snitches in Washington, D.C. history. And for you guys to get to that point, we got to take it back to 1989, when D.C. became the murder capital.
I was 8 years old.
September of 1989, Rafael Edmonds III was convicted in U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C. It was on charges of running a continuing criminal enterprise. Prosecutors categorized Edmonds' drug organization as a sophisticated enterprise that moved thousands of kilograms of cocaine with a street value of $15 million onto Washington, D.C. streets in just 2 years, 1987 and 1989. Prosecutors alleged that Edmonds controlled as much as 30% of Washington, D.C. cocaine market. His drug organization was linked to 30 homicides. Edmonds' case received significant regional and national publicity. In September of 1990, Edmonds was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Names and addresses weren't put on the jury list as they do in any other trial.
They wasn't scared of the judge, because he was real polite. Showed him a lot of respect and let him know he appreciated him sitting there as jurors, through this long trial. And they wasn't scared of the prosecutors because they wasn't on trial. They was just doing their job. They was at work every day. So the only person in the courtroom to be scared of, they wasn't scared of defense attorneys because they was doing their job every day. Only people in the courtroom to be scared of or think all this is for can be the defendants.
The jury found Edmond guilty of a massive drug conspiracy and sentenced him to life without parole.
I always knew throughout the whole trial that we was going to get found guilty.
After being sentenced, Edmond had entered BOP custody on February 16, 1990 at USP Marion. But on September 27, 1990, he was transferred to USP Lewisburg, which is a high-security institution in central Pennsylvania. It had around 1,000 inmates at the time. Lewisburg did not have its systems, and inmates may collect calls. At Lewisburg, Edmonds was given a job assignment as an orderly. On October 21st, 1990, less than a month after entering Lewisburg, a telephone monitor who listened to one of Edmonds' telephone calls submitted a written report to his SIS system, which is the office in Lewisburg, that Edmonds was talking to Squirrel about what seems to be drug deals. The SIS report stated that Edmonds says just because he's locked up doesn't mean he can't get what he needs. The report also noted that Edmond was on the hot list at the time. a list of inmates that deserve special attention from the SIS. Now, after receiving that report from an officer, the SIS lieutenant in Lewisburg had made a note on the file on November 1st, 1990, indicating that he needed to speak to the FBI regarding what appeared to be continuing drug activity by Edmond. Now, here's where things start to crumble. In August of 1991, a former FBI informant incarcerated in Lewisburg contacted the FBI in Washington, D.C. to report that Edmond was dealing cocaine from prison. Based on that information, Roger and other FBI agents obtained copies of Edmond's previous recorded phone calls from Lewisburg. And in April of 1992, the FBI and the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department began 6 months of court-authorized interceptions of the telephones in Edmond's cell block. During this time, the FBI learned that Edmond was arranging drug deals from prisons through Columbia suppliers that he had met in Lewisburg. One of these former inmates was Esvalado Blanco, who upon his release from Lewisburg had Edmond's main drug supplier. And in October of 1992, Blanco was assassinated in Colombia, cutting off Edmond's supply of C. Consequently, the FBI suspended its investigation of Edmonds and refocused its attention on the remaining co-conspirators. But the last straw was November 19, 1992.
I just want to tell y'all, the Blanco guy is Griselda Blanco's son. The godmother, the queen of cocaine, that was her son. He was locked up with him. He was locked up with him, and then when Eduardo got out, they started still selling drugs while Rayful was in prison. You know, on Rayful word, you know, Eduardo would send however much cocaine up to DC, and then Rayful would have his people on the outside sell it, and you know how they do, bust down the profit and send the profit back to South America, and then he would send up more shit. So yeah.
I want to say that was her oldest son, right, Oswaldo?
I'm not sure.
Oh, real quick, I'm reading before you press that. Have you seen her youngest son? What's his name?
Yeah, Michael Corleone.
Yeah, have you seen his little podcast, like the good podcast he did when he was explaining how, like?
Yeah. Got like eight or nine different little pieces, episodes.
Yeah, that shit was good.
Yeah, that shit was dope. I actually watched his Vlad TV interviews too. We got like two Vlad TV interviews. Hell yeah, his shit is dope. Like for real, like
money in balls type shit,
bro. To listen to him tell them stories, like that nigga got them stories, bro. Like real shit. Like the stories that they tell about Griselda Blanco, they you know they fantastic stories. They like wow. But to hear the stories that you don't know that her son tells
from the inside,
man, them motherfuckers better than any of that shit that they put on the documentaries and stuff, you know?
Yeah, she was loaded.
Yeah, for sure.
Lewisburg had informed the FBI that Edmond had used prison telephones 2 or more hours a day to conduct drug deals involving former Lewisburg inmates now living in Medellin, Colombia. Now, Edmond didn't even have his phone privileges restricted, nor did he get discipline, because after that very moment, Rayful Edmonds agreed to be a federal informant and told on everybody.
Sold even more. Right here behind the concrete walls, steel bars, and locked doors of this maximum security federal penitentiary in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. Following his conviction as a drug kingpin, Edmond was sentenced to 2 life terms without the possibility of parole. But within just days of his arrival, he was back in business. He was dealing drugs right from his prison cell.
Just about everybody inside the jail in some way, shape, form, or fashion is dealing in drugs, either directly or indirectly.
He was caught and 2 years ago struck a deal with the feds. Ever since, he's been telling them exactly how he pulled it off. Tell me what drugs you dealt with in prison. Cocaine?
Cocaine.
Crack?
Crack.
Heroin?
Heroin.
What else?
Marijuana. Those were the basic 4: cocaine, crack, and heroin, and marijuana.
There's nothing left. You did the gamut.
Yeah, I did it all.
He did it all and then some. For starters, he brought drugs into the prison through this visiting room. He hired other inmates whose girlfriends, during contact visits, would pass the stuff packed in small balloons.
She might kiss him and he put them in his mouth. He drank a little bit of soda or water, swallow him. He go do it again. Good
He's
dad.
got them all inside.
Got them all inside. Then when he get back inside the institution, he spit them up.
What's the most you ever heard of those that any one person?
That I ever seen one person bring? I've seen somebody bring in like 60 of them.
Edmonds says prison officials know this goes on.
Damn.
Keeps the jail mellow. Is keep people patient. You know, they be able to get high and chill. So they like this and let these things happen sometimes.
Come on.
Yeah, that's what they do.
He wasn't just selling drugs to other prisoners. He also masterminded the shipment of more than 2 tons of cocaine and crack from the coca fields of Colombia to the District of Columbia.
In some ways, he's like the Babe Ruth of crack dealers.
Eric Holder, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States, was, until recently, the top prosecutor in Washington, D.C. It was his office that locked Edmond up in the first place. Tell us the magnitude of his operation from inside the prison.
If you look at it on a monthly basis, he was exceeding that which he did when he was running what, to that time, had been the largest drug operation in Washington, D.C. history.
He was doing more from in prison? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, at its maximum, he was doing about 400 kilograms of cocaine per month while in prison, and while on the street, he was doing about 300 at its maximum.
Edmond says it was easy to do from behind bars.
I think it's much easier than when you're on the street.
Easier than on the street?
Much easier because you're right there with the people that have direct access to the narcotics that you need. Colombians, Cubans, Mexicans.
All thrown in together?
All thrown in together.
Thrown in with criminals like Osvaldo Trujillo Blanco, or as Edmond knew him, Chicky, a convicted drug felon.
He had a high-profile case. I had a high-profile case. So, you know, we were just wanting somebody to introduce us. We just was waiting for a person to come along and say, this Chicky, this Ray. And we just gonna go from there.
I think he told on Chicky too.
What else could we do? It's right there.
Chicky is cocaine royalty, son of Griselda Trujillo Blanco, better known as the godmother of the Colombian.
Yeah, I think he told on Chicky too. Chicky ended up getting killed though. All of them did except the one we talking about.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but I think Chicky was the one that took over for Griselda when she went to jail and all of that. Chicky took over. They say Chicky was out there in California showing eyes. So he had mansions, all type of shit, partying with the celebrities and all. This is why she was in jail, in prison. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Drug underworld and a founding member of the notorious Medellin drug cartel. Does it make any sense to put the biggest guy from D.C. and someone from one of the largest cartels in Colombia in such close proximity? You'd know it would be inevitable if they'd come together.
No, I'm not sure that's true. I wouldn't make that assumption. I would think that both people, having been put in federal prison, would have been incapacitated.
But they weren't. A year after Edmond...
Listen, let me tell you something. Take it from somebody that's been to jail. We're dead spot on, and he's dodging and fucking trying to deflect. When you go to jail, bro, once you get past the shock of being in jail, or you've been in jail a couple of times and you're a veteran in jail and shit like that, jail is like school for criminals, y'all. Like, it's a couple programs here and there, depending on where you at, to help rehabilitate you. But for the most part, you just sit in that bitch and learning from other criminals. And to be honest with you, when I get to jail, you know, you hear people's names. People's names ring bells from different areas, you know what I'm saying? Different parts of the city, this and that there. So me personally, when I get to jail, well, when I used to get to jail, when I was young, I ain't been in jail in a long time, knock on wood. But when I was in the streets like that, my objective was to connect with as many people as I could that I vibe with from different areas who was prolific in what they were doing. So case in point, if you was from another part of the city, but I heard your name ring, I heard you get money, I heard you're a gangster, you get down, you respect it. I'm gonna sit in the you gonna be done heard about me too, because I'm gonna be done, you know what I'm saying? I'm already making my name as well. But at the same time, I'm not speaking to you. I'm just in the cut, like doing my own thing. But at the same time, I'm peeping you. I'm trying to see if you're somebody that I would like to vibe with, somebody that I like your style, I like how you move, you know what I'm saying? Because once I feel like that I like you, that I like the way you vibe, I like the way you move, my next move is to befriend you. Once I befriend you, I'm trying to connect with you so that Once I get out of here, I'm connected with somebody else who prolific in doing whatever they doing, and there's in another whole side of the city or another city that's close to my city. Therefore, I can branch out and connect with you. You might be the plug. You might be the plug on this. You might be the plug on that. You might be a robber who hit licks or whatever. And you know what I'm saying? Like you just a big dog. So it just beneficial for me to be locked in with you and for me to make you locked in with me and make you look at, because if I might even fight with you, I might even catch a nigga fucking with you and me and you go to lockdown because we beat this nigga ass. That creates the bond. And then when I get out of jail or when we get out of jail, nigga, you coming to holler at me, or I'm coming to holler at you. You know what I'm saying? I think that's how Melly and Wiz the Wizard got tight. They both was in the program together, and then when they got out the program, they both linked in with each other. This is what we do, you know what I'm saying? So it is definitely like it's definitely like school for criminals up in that bitch, my nigga.
Yeah.
So I would be honest with you. If I was in the streets, I would love to be in the feds with a plug, nigga. I'm definitely gonna be, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the feds is like a Ivy League. That's that Harvard for you know,
criminals. Yeah.
Exactly. Like your state prisons and shit. That's your community colleges and shit.
Yeah.
You go Fed, yeah, you going big, you LSU, motherfucking Harvard.
Harvard, Alabama.
Yeah, all that, man.
Yeah, for real shit.
At him, Chicky was released and returned to his horse ranch in Colombia. And that's when business really took off. So how did you pull it off? I mean, you were doing pretty serious and impressive deals.
Oh, yeah.
From inside, I love maximum security penitentiary. Specifically, how did you do it?
Specifically, we would use the visiting room, the telephones.
Specifically, these telephones, conveniently located just down the hall from his cell. Edmund would contact Chicky simply by placing a collect call to a friend in Washington. Every one of those calls was recorded.
Hello, this is the AT&T operator with a collect call. Who's calling, please?
Right.
Will you accept the charge?
The friend, in turn, connected him to Chicky all the way down in Medellin.
What reason would I be calling out the country? I'm not from Colombia or South America.
Here's an inmate that's calling Medellin 3 and 4 times
a week. So you know I'm up to something. Just common sense would tell you. If you got good common sense, it would tell you that I'm up to no good.
In one afternoon, he made 59 phone calls to 5 states and 2 foreign countries.
Damn.
I thought that we listened in on their phone conversations. I thought that when a guy makes a phone call, that the prison kind of knows what he's talking about.
All the phone conversations, all the social phone conversations are recorded, but not all of them are monitored.
Now, does that make any sense?
Well, it doesn't make any sense except for the fact that they don't have the ability. There's simply not enough people to listen in on all of the phone conversations that all of these prisoners have.
And the prisoners know that. They count on it.
Oh, I'm sure that's true.
But Edmund says he and Chicky weren't taking any chances. They spoke in code.
Remember, he used to live in 18th Street. Yeah. That he was going to move to downtown to 16th Street. Yeah.
When he made that statement to me, he was letting me know that the price went down 3,000 and went from 19th Street to 16th Street. So I automatically knew what he was talking about.
Edmund used an entirely different code when he spoke to his distributors back in Washington, D.C. Believe it or not, he used Pig Latin.
You want to hear a little bit?
Yeah, I want to hear what you say. What did you say?
Oh, I was just saying, I feel good today.
So fast. You could do that.
You got to be fast so nobody will understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, and you could just do this whole interview like that?
Yeah, I could do the whole interview like that.
Now, what kind of money were you making out of this?
I'm gonna say this: criminals in jail, them are some of the smartest motherfuckers I ever met in my fucking life. I promise you, dog. You thinking smart motherfuckers in Silicon Valley and goddamn work for Facebook and all of these techie companies and shit? You fucking sit around and go to jail, or you get a chance to see the brilliance of some of these people in jail. I promise you. I said this shit a bunch of times. The smartest people I have ever seen in life are in fucking prison. In jail, because I never been to prison, knock on wood, but in jail. And I'm gonna say this too: you find different ways to communicate in jail. You see how he did the Pig Latin? It's a lot of guys in jail that know how to do sign language. I swear to God. It's a bunch of niggas in jail that know how to do sign language. I'm talking about because it's glass or it's bars or something. So if a nigga
Niggas
walk,
be in the hole.
yeah, exactly. So if a nigga in the hole or something like that, and they got to communicate with people, and they don't want to yell or can't yell, or the sound won't travel or something, they sign language. And I'm telling you, a lot of niggas, a lot, maybe like 50-60% of people in jail know how to do sign language. Real shit. You know what I'm saying? So
I
Hey, they
wouldn't
got
make the money that I should be making, but
what you say, Aaron?
I said they got some good cooking motherfuckers in jail too, y'all.
Hell yeah.
My mama
Hell
get a nigga from jail made a nigga from prison made cakes, and I'm talking about one of these niggas
Facts.
cakes damn near passed out, nigga.
Facts, nigga. Facts. Listen. I don't know how to do that shit. I'm the more the nigga that I buy the ingredients. Like I buy all the shit. Like I had the money. I'm the money nigga. I'm the nigga that I'm gonna give all the shit, nigga. And you my dog. Most of the time I'm gonna link in with a nigga that I knew from the streets. You know what I'm saying? And then he gonna know. I got it's in Florida. I got niggas in prison everywhere. I got institutionalized homies in prison in every prison in Florida. I've never been to prison, knock on wood, but I'm sure if I landed in prison, it's gonna be a nigga say, "Hey, P," like you know what I'm saying? Like I got cousins, family everywhere. So, and that's another fucked up thing about the prison system and prison and stuff. You know how when you're young, they take you on jail tours. Like when I first went to juvenile, I think the first thing was they took us on a jail tour. It's kind of like to scare you straight. So they took us to 33rd Street jails, to just the county jail in Orlando, Florida. And I shit you not, I was like 14. No, I caught my first charge at like 16. So I like 16, right? So I'm like 16. So I told you I got the biggest family in Orlando. This is fact, nigga, on everything. So when I'm walking through the fucking line, to go do the jail tour. They was trying to scare us straight so they could deter us from doing any further crime as juveniles. Nigga, it was so many niggas beating on the glass, nigga. When I came through that bitch, nigga, that was my cousins, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like real shit. Like I had so many cousins beating on the glass. You know what I'm saying? When I came through the county for a jail tour. So when I hit the county, when I went to jail, it never was a scary thing to me because every time I went to jail, I knew it was my homies was in there, my cousins was in there. Everybody, every time I never went to jail and it was nobody in there that I knew. Nobody, never. Like I'm talking about when I went to jail inside of Orlando. It was never a time that I was in a cell or in a dorm or in anywhere where it was my friends or my family. Nigga, when I went to jail, my cousins was the CEOs. I got family. I told you I got the biggest family in Orlando. My cousins was my guards, nigga. My cousins, my blood cousins used to let me out the cell and would bring me regular food. And they'll have I'm talking about in the county, nigga. Everybody be upstairs in their rooms locked in, nigga. And my cousin to bring me a plate of food, nigga, soul food, and sit me in front of the TV. And I'm outside by myself. Everybody, all 30, 40 something motherfucking inmates, all the rest of them in this dorm is locked in. They looking out the glass and looking at me eat greens and ribs and I got the remote and I got the TV and I'm just to my watching, turning that bitch to whatever I want to turn that bitch to. And my cousin, he back in his the little cubicle shit, and he eat his plate too. You feel me? Like I'll tell you, like I used to have all kind of shit going on, man. I'll tell you. You know what I mean? Where you going at, Aaron? Oh, you going? All right. Shout out to you, Aaron. All right. Appreciate you, gang. Damn. Y'all show my boy Aaron some love, man. Y'all go subscribe to his YouTube channel too. We trying to run everybody YouTube up. Hey, also hit that like button, guys, and please donate to the channel. We only got a $20 a live goal, y'all. It's not big, you know what I'm saying? The Cash App is pinned at the top of the chat. I would appreciate y'all. But we're going to keep on rocking. Salute to my guy. It's Aaron's Way, man, for rocking out with me, man.
I was getting 5,000 here, 10,000 there, which is good money for somebody that's in jail and doing time.
It was good money for anyone. $200,000 in 2 years collected.
Shout out to you, Randy. They pushed the Melly case back to next year, 2025, September. Yeah, so Melly gonna be in that bit about 7 years before he go to trial.
By associates on the outside. But the money flow was disrupted when Chicky was gunned down in a Medellin nightclub, but only temporarily, because Edmond quickly struck up with another inmate, this time from the Cali cartel. Freddie Aguilera was serving 60 years with no parole, just a cell block away. And you hook up with another Colombian.
Yeah. Like I told you, the temptation, you got people every day, different people coming to me trying to hook up drug deals. And this is something that I can do and I know how to do. So it was just hard to say, no, I don't want to be involved in it when I can just say, okay, let me set this deal up and give me a quick $20,000 or $30,000.
Prison authorities never did figure out what Edmond was up to, but the FBI and local police here in Washington, D.C.
Shout out to Tanel for the cash app. I appreciate you, sister. You know it's already love. You know, you my girl. So I love you, Tanel. Thank you.
Did, thanks to a tip from a jailhouse informant. When the feds went to Edmond with the evidence, much to their surprise, he agreed to cooperate. With his help, the government was able to lock up 15 drug dealers, among them some of the most violent drug thugs in the nation's capital.
I know that was a lot, but it was necessary, family. Just 30 years after he was first arrested in 1989, it seemed Rayful Edmonds, it's 2020. Rayful Edmonds haven't been a free man since the age of 24. But at this point, he had over 100 drug dealers arrested. And the government is arguing that Edmonds' assistant breaking up other drug operations have been invaluable. And by 2021, the U.S. District Judge, Emmett Sullivan, had decided to give Rayful Edmonds a release date. But at this point, he's a government official. Well, a confidential informant. And he have a new name, technically. So exactly when wasn't released to the public.
And if we would still be talking about this now, I would have told you, you gotta be kidding me.
For safety, we're not showing the face of the man that members of Rayful Edmonds' cocaine empire knew as Jimmy.
I was in there for like 3 days and got asked, did I want to do undercover work?
He was 26 when he began living undercover as a cocaine dealer. Unarmed and using only his wits, he worked his way close to the top of the cocaine wholesale operation that is estimated to have netted Rayful Edmonds Jr. $1 million a day in the mid to late 1980s. 30 murders were tied to the operation. You knew it was an organization that enforced discipline with murder.
Yes.
He remembers shipments of cocaine delivered by the truckload.
And a guy sitting on the back with a Uzi, with 2 Uzis.
Then there's the legendary story about Georgetown basketball coach John Thompson's face-to-face confrontation with Edmond. The coach told the basketball-loving drug kingpin, who reportedly offered as much as $50,000 to some Hoyas players to be on his playground team, to leave them alone.
Rayful respected that because Rayful was a big basketball fan.
The 1989 bust of the Rayful Edmonds drug organization resulted in charges against almost 24 people. The sandstorm of cocaine that covered the nation's capital in misery and bloodshed would slowly start to recede. Jimmy says his only regret is that many who worked so hard to bring DC's drug kingpin to justice were never fully recognized for their work.
Group 32 from DEA MPD Task Force that always had my back on the street, that always watched me. And I'd do it again. As long as you can live in a city like this now.
Fast forward 4 years later since the judge made that ruling, and 35 years since he first been seen in the public setting, Rayful Edmonds will make his first appearance while at the airport. And of course, you heard what he had to say.
Back better than ever. Yeah. I'm back better than ever.
It's a cold world. I'm not here to judge. I'm here to only report the facts. And you never know how the world might perceive Rayful Edmonds at this day and age. Got people like YSL Woody who's making a living to testify, being on the stand. And hey, I'm not knocking no man making this paper. I'm not here to judge. Fam, this was the story of one of the biggest rats in DC history. A man who was making, according to the feds, $1 or $2 million a day in jail and out of jail. Make his first public appearance 35 years later, after getting more than 100 drug dealers arrested. Let me know how you guys feel about this one in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Hey, shout out to the family. Y'all do me a favor. Y'all go subscribe to his channel. You see, bro, got 200,000 subscribers. I remember he didn't even have that much. His channel blew up fast. And that's why I want to help you guys. If y'all guys want to get in the blog, it's a lot of different ways to do it. I can just only teach you what I know, and you might can take it on farther than that. But as you can see, shit, people take off doing it, you know what I mean? And my hopes that you be better than me, be bigger than me. I ain't, I'm just a lowly old Marita boy. But at the same time, you guys could possibly be great. You know what I'm saying? But the reason why this story is so interesting to me is because it kind of does echo a couple of things that I'll be highlighting here on this channel when we talk about the streets and the consequences of the streets and the things that happen, um, and that's happening nowadays in the streets. Um, do I agree with him telling? No, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. Um, you gotta be it's all about being able to stand up for the consequences of your actions. You know what I'm saying? Um, I'm glad that I was able to stand up with for the consequences of my actions. Um, but I think one of the things that helped me to be able to do that is I made sure that it was certain things that I would not do. You see what I'm saying? Like I never got myself in over my head. You know what I'm saying? And when I did get in deep, I was I thought about what I was about to do before I did it, and um I was cool. I was okay with whatever the outcome would be. If I died, if I went to prison, I was cool with it. I consciously made the decision before I did certain things, and I thought about it before I did it. Now everybody don't do that. Some people just react off emotion. Some people don't got that kind of mind to go through the whole thought process, or maybe don't have the time to think about a bunch of that stuff, or they can't think fast enough and make swift decisions in certain situations. But I've just always been blessed the way I could think my way through stuff. Thank God. And so I never got myself in over my head. So it was never no temptation to tell on nobody because I never did nothing that I couldn't do the time for. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it was a limit. It was a limit to where I would go. Like, you know what I mean? Like you had just ain't finna catch me doing no old willy nilly any dumbass shit. And I always thought about certain shit. If it wasn't worth it for me, it was to me, it was about risk reward. Like, case in point, these people that just was arrested for killing Julio Foolio. I don't know if they got any money, but I tell you what, if they didn't get if they didn't get $1 million, it wasn't worth it. Like, and it still might not be worth it when you think about that freedom in their lives and things of this nature. But I'm just saying, like, you ain't even get no money to pay your lawyer. You ain't even got no money to run. You ain't even got no money to hide. Like, you ain't like, so what was is it? It's not worth it. Like, so you would have never you could have never caught me um on no lick doing that shit to Julio Foolio. You know what I mean? Now you probably could have caught me trying to get somebody for doing something to me, or somebody was trying to do me some harm or something like that. But as far as like just going to try to take somebody out like that for free, no, hell no. You know what I'm saying? Like, just don't make no sense. The risk reward don't add up. Um, but if you pay attention to nowadays, my sentiment is to get out the streets, y'all. Please get out the streets, y'all. You know what I mean? You. I don't want you guys to have to go through this stuff that we see these young boys or young women go through over and over again, for you to understand that, you know, this is not the thing that you should be doing. You know what I'm saying? Um, and if you pay attention, the snitches are winning nowadays, bro. And look at here, we got another one. We got Rafael Edmonds. You know what I'm saying? Um, and once Rayful decides to hit this interview scene, he gonna be able to make a lot of money. You think Terrence Gangster Williams making a lot of money? You think goddamn YSL Woody? I see Trench's News is on Vlad TV again right now. FBG Butter. And the list goes on and on and on and on. But if you pay attention, the snitches are winning. Gunna had the #1 song in the country soon as he got out of jail from the YSL Rico situation. The snitches are winning. The guys that's upholding the code are rotting in jail. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that, I'm not saying either or. I'm just telling you that my advice, don't get out the streets for you, don't even be in that situation. But the point I'm trying to make to you is this shit ain't that shit ain't what it seemed like. You know what I mean? Like, they'll tell you to don't do this or don't do that, or you're a rat, or you're this, you're that. Listen, I never told on nobody, nor have anybody ever told on me. But I'm gonna say this. I'm just observing from afar, just observing what's going on right nowadays. The niggas that snitching are getting out of jail. Ain't nobody doing nothing to them, and they are becoming the people that the bloggers and the social media people pay in order to tell the story. The dudes that keep it solid and keep their mouth shut and go on to go to jail, the system don't have no problem with giving your ass natural life, and your story is left to be told by the snitches. That's what's happening. The snitches is free, capitalizing, telling the story, living a good life, while the niggas that hold it down, keep it solid, stick to the code, are rotting in jail until they fucking die. Now, my advice to you, in order to keep out of that situation, is just to get on out the streets. That way, you ain't even got to be a snitch, or you ain't got to be the nigga that be dying in jail, holding it down, sticking to the code. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you now. So that's why I say, like, the niggas at the top, the people at the top do not stick to the code. I told y'all this shit. I seen it. I done seen two big bosses on the same block, and both of them is telling the police on each other to try to get one or the other eliminated as competition off of the block, so the other one can have sole possession of the whole area. You see, Rafael Edmonds, he was one of the biggest drug dealers ever in DC history, and he told on over 100 drug dealers, and he free right now. Them drug dealers that he told on, if they didn't tell on somebody else, their ass is rotting away in prison right now. And Rafael Edmonds is out, free than a motherfucker. Even though he did an extended period of time, he's free. He's 59 years old. He walking around. Shit, he most likely he got a decent amount of life left. He looked pretty healthy. He probably got about a good 20, 30, 20, 25 years left. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He went to jail at 24. So I'm just saying, like, we've been sold a dream, y'all. We've been sold a fantasy of it's manipulation. And that gonna lead me into the conversation about El Mayo. El Mayo is El Chapo's partner, and we just saw last week El Mayo was turned in to the federal authorities by one of Chapo's sons. Chapo's son is who was running the cartel right now. Basically walked El Mayo, who was the most wanted man on the FBI's list, flew him into El Paso, Texas, and gift wrapped him and gave him to the federal authorities. You see what I'm saying? You see the amount of treachery and shit that be going on at the top, and that's why I keep trying to tell y'all, like, they keep talking about this code shit and all of this shit here and that there. Bruh, there's nobody up. The only people uphold the code is the people at the bottom, the people who is able to be manipulated, controlled by the people at the top. But the people at the top is not. They playing by no rules. It ain't no rules, nigga. They working with the police. They snitching on their competition. Anything. They doing any and everything they want. They having their way. Know what I'm saying? I want to keep trying to tell you, like, so get out the streets, man. Get out the streets, man. Chapo's son. I'm gonna put it right here. I'm gonna show it to you right here. Let me see. Oh yeah, right here. Right here. I'm gonna play it right here. Hit that like button, guys. Please hit that like button. Please hit that like button. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to Javon. This shit get deep.
And apparently, this is the relative of El Chapo, a Mexican cartel leader who was allegedly arrested in the United States. I read something real quick on it saying that he was tricked by another cartel member to fly into Texas. You know, when they're in Mexico, it's like they're good. But they tricked him to fly into Texas for something, and the police locked him up there. Because here's the thing: most of those guys, they don't get arrested by Mexican authorities, or there's a whole war and Mexican authorities release them, or they get held up in the whole extradition process, or like El Chapo before they even get extradited or something. You know what I mean? Sometimes they just fucking escape, right? Let's see if we can play this and get a little bit of clarity on what's going on. Here we go.
At Harbor Freight,
All right. You don't have my ad block. I know y'all are tight.
Hey, look, listen. This is one thing I was saying. For me not to have YouTube Premium is understandable. For academic not to have YouTube Premium is fucking crazy.
Let's go.
Sue Live now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do have some breaking news to get to. We're learning a major arrest was just made by the Department of Justice here regarding drug cartels and drug trafficking. This is quite the big kahuna here. So this is what we know, that the Justice Department just issued the following statement from Attorney General Merrick Garland on the arrests of alleged leaders of the Sinaloa cartel, Ismael Zambada Garcia, also known as El Mayo, and Joaquin Guzman Lopez. And you see their mugshots there before you. So, and we're learning, I want to put the statement up from Merrick Garland. Let's read it here as well. Garland says this: the Justice Department has taken into custody 2 additional alleged leaders of the Sinaloa cartel, one of the most violent and powerful drug trafficking organizations in the world. Ismael Zambada Garcia, or El Mayo, co-founder of the cartel, and Joaquin Guzman Lopez, a son of its other co-founder, were arrested today in El Paso, Texas. Now, the son of its other co-founder, that's referring to El Chapo there as well. Now, Garland goes on to say in the statement, both men are facing multiple charges in the United States for leading the cartel's criminal operations, including its deadly fentanyl manufacturing and trafficking networks. He goes on to say El Mayo and Guzman Lopez join a growing list of Sinaloa cartel leaders.
By the way, apparently, Joaquin Guzman Lopez, there is a $5 million, like, look, buscado, which means, I guess, looking for or wanted, I guess, for whatever contract the United States, Estados Unidos, United States, Joaquin Guzman Lopez, and compensation of finding him or information is por información que conduzca. Trust me, I took a little Spanish. I do like Spanish jokes. You got to learn a little Spanish. Anyway, $5 million. Damn, shit. I'm wondering if the person who snitched got the $5 million.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you like this here. They say the dude that turned in El Mayo is this boy, El Chapo's son, right? So let me tell you what be happening with the cartel. Let me tell y'all some real shit that's been going on with the Sinaloa cartel, right? El Mayo's son testified against El Chapo, right? In El Chapo's trial. He got 10 years. El Mayo's son is free right now and back in Mexico right now. El Mayo, the guy that just got roped off. Also, a couple years back, the DEA gave any cartel members, they gave them, if you turn yourself in right now, we will give you 5 years maximum, and you will be released after we give you 5 years. It was quite a few cartel members turned themselves in to the DEA years ago, did 5 years, and they are free right now, nigga. Also, El Chapo's wife, she turned herself in to the DEA. She did 2 years. She is free right now, nigga. Also, El Chapo's other son, the one that was already in jail, he is free right now, nigga. He is not in the Bureau of Prisons no more at all, nigga. And it is speculated that this El Chapo son cut a deal with the DEA, and if he turns in El Mayo, he would get a reduced sentence. So if I had to guess, this Chapo son right here probably gonna do about 10 years, and he gonna be free again. And let's be real, El Mayo is old as shit. He like 78 years old or some shit like that, right? So they just turned in an old ass nigga, you know what I'm saying, an old ass man, and in return, this old dude for sure is gonna die in prison, and he's gonna get his freedom for turning himself in and also turning in El Mayo with him. It's a dirty motherfucking game. It's a dirty motherfucking game. I keep telling y'all.
Holy shit. So, damn, you could tell they wanted this guy bad. If they were offering $5 million, they wanted him bad, right?
and he turned himself in, nigga. He had a $5 million what's the name on his head, and El Mayo had $15 million. And that nigga turned himself in with El Mayo, nigga. What that tell you? It was already a deal made, nigga. It was already a deal made.
And associates who the Justice Department is holding accountable in the United
Shit, El Chapo been stitching too. El Chapo been working with the DEA. They all work with the police against the other cartels. The other cartels snitch too. All cartels work with DEA agents, y'all. All of them. All of them. All of every one of them. And they work with them to either cut deals or either to get the competition knocked off so they can have more control over the market. That's what their job is. Their job is they're trying to get the competition eliminated so that they can have sole control over the market, or at least more control over the market. Now, I was looking at Al Prophet, and what Al Prophet say that he think is happening is El Chapo's sons are called the Chapitos, which is 4 boys. 2 of them were supposed to be in jail. The one of them just turned himself in, and the other one supposed to already have turned himself in. But they looked in the motherfucking the Bureau of Prisons, and he's scheduled as released. So he probably already out of jail. You see what I'm saying? The first El Chapo son. So right now should be only 3. It should be 1 El Chapo son in jail and 3 of them free. The Chapitos, they took over the Sinaloa cartel when El Chapo went to jail, right? They was running it with El Mayo. Now you gotta put it together now. El Mayo, one of the sons just turned El Mayo in, which means that now they have sole control over the whole cartel, El Chapo's sons, right? So this is what Al Prophet say that they're doing. He said that El Chapo's sons are probably could have deal with the government because they got a lot to do with a lot of the Fetty that's coming into the United States. So Al Prophet said what he suspect that may have happened is they could have deal with the United States government to slow down the amount of Fetty that's come. You hear it was slow down, not stop. Slow down the amount of Fetty that's coming into the country, and they are more. And when I mean they, the cartel, the Chapitos, El Chapo's sons, they are more going to focus on legitimate businesses. Like they already own a lot of the hotels that's in Mexico. So when you go to Mexico and you go to visit vacations and all that, you stay at all these resorts and these hotels. A lot of times the cartel owns the whole fucking thing, right? Also, they say they got a lot of the fishing industry inside of Mexico. So if you fishing or you buying fish or you selling fish or you processing fish, you to any of the restaurants or the big companies or whatever, most likely that company or that shit is being taxed by the cartel. It's also said that they're getting into legal dispensaries. You know what I'm saying? Like which they already are into them, but it's also said that they getting more into the legal dispensaries. So basically what it seems like the Chapitos are doing, they're doing a lot of illegal drugs, but at the same time, they kind of transitioning from majority legal drugs to either what they call it, I ain't gonna say extorting, but extorting the legal businesses and actually owning and starting legal businesses in that country. So pretty much after a while, they're gonna have monopoly on all businesses inside of Mexico, and they're gonna transition from a lot of the illegal drugs to just extorting, owning companies, owning legal businesses, and that way it'll be a little bit more discreet. You know what I'm saying? They already in the politics, which is kind of smart. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they say that they going. So the motherfuckers is slick, bro. And let's remember this. We did a video a couple of weeks back, about a month or 2 back, about the first female president to be elected in Mexico. Well, remember, if y'all remember or not, it was 37 presidential candidates who were murdered while that campaign was going on. But when they got down to election night, it was only 2 candidates left for the Mexican people to choose from. Only 2. It was fucking 39 of them at first. 37 of them was murdered, nigga. 37 presidential candidates were murdered in this presidential election in Mexico. So that should tell you not a lot what's going on.
States. That includes the cartel's other co-founder, Joaquin Guzman Loera, or El Chapo, another of El Chapo's sons, and an alleged cartel leader, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, and the cartel's alleged lead sicario, Nestor Isidro Perez Salas, or El Nini. So we're learning that these arrests took place today in El Paso, Texas. Let's put up their mugshots yet again here. You can see them right now. So this is quite significant here. Reading more from the Associated Press that the U.S. government had offered a reward of up to $15 million for information leading.
Chat, would y'all snitch on the cartel for $15 million? $15 million, you know, you fucking some bitch who also fucking
I ain't fucking with that.
You know, some they basically tell like pillow talking. She tell you some.
Nah, I'm good.
You could go snitch on El Mayo.
Nah, I ain't snitching on that Mayo. I'm leaving that Mayo right where his ass at.
They're gonna know you snitched on El Mayo, and you know they're gonna be on your head top for life.
I was saying, they ain't saying.
Snitching on El Mayo.
Hell no. Nope, ain't my business. Nope. I'm gonna be right here. I'd rather be free, broke, and not have to look over my shoulder.
To his capture, referring to El Mayo, the historic leader of Mexico's Sinaloa cartel, now in the custody.
They say, yup.
Not me.
Yo, so there was $50 million on El Mayo and $5 million on. That's $20 million. Chat, would y'all snitch on both of them?
No, you got to know when you're in over your head.
$50 million for El Mayo, $5 million for El Chapo's son.
Them Migos gonna keep coming to the day you die.
As well, as well as Joaquin Guzman Lopez, a son of another infamous cartel leader, being El Chapo. They were both arrested today by U.S. authorities in El Paso, Texas. So, like I said, this is quite something. Remember, in recent years, El Chapo's sons have led a faction of the cartel known as the Little Chapos or Chapitos. That has been identified as one of the main exporters of fentanyl to the U.S. market. Now, you'll remember El Chapo Guzman was sentenced to life in prison in the United States in 2019. You'll remember that case was prosecuted and adjudicated in Brooklyn, New York. Back out there to some more of this video. Now, you'll remember that they were seen as more violent and flamboyant than Zambada. Their security chief was arrested by Mexican authorities in November. One of them, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, was arrested and extradited to the U.S. last year. He pleaded not guilty to drug trafficking charges in Chicago in September. So this is...
Now that when they talk about Ovidio, do you know Ovidio is not in custody right now? Did y'all hear what he said? I just said. Ovidio, he said Ovidio was captured and extradited last year to the United States. Do you know Ovidio is not in custody right now? I keep telling y'all, bro, this shit go deep. Y'all stop playing with me. Marita be telling y'all how this shit be going. I'm telling you, they be cutting deals and doing all kind of fuck shit with the cartels and all that. It's a fucking they work together. I said this about a week ago on the live I did. They all work together. The DEA, the cartels, the ATF, all of them, they all work together. It's like the illusion that they fight in crime, but really it's like they all working together because some of the drugs coming in, some of the drugs getting stopped. It's like, okay, every now and then if I'm the DEA, hey, let me know where the drugs at, so I can make a bust and make myself look good, and then I'll let some of this shit go through. Man, it's all kind of crooked shit going on, nigga. Bro, I wouldn't be surprised they paying DEA off and everything, bro. Y'all gotta stop playing, bro. This shit deep, bro. These dudes got deep pockets, man. These dudes billionaires. El Mayo's son, the one that testified against El Chapo, he's free right now. He signed a plea for 10 years. He's free right now. Guess how much money he gave back to the United States? Guess how much money he gave back? $1 billion, nigga. On my soul. He had a fine of $1 billion. Do you know he paid the whole fucking fine, nigga? On my soul, nigga. Do the math. Do the research. El Mayo's son, who testified against El Chapo and El Chapo's in Chicago in El Chapo's trial, he signed a plea for 10 years. He's free right now, and he paid $1 billion, nigga, back to the U.S. government. and he's free right now, nigga, on everything. And this was El Mayo's son. So can you imagine how much motherfucking that money El Mayo worth? Can you imagine how much money El Chapo's sons have? All right. All right.
Like I said, a family affair of El Chapo Guzman, his sons, and this other, like I said, big kahuna, El Mayo there, with the operations of the Sinaloa drug cartel now being quite hampered and impeded by these arrests today. Also,
they were flying in with some glass and shit. Okay.
so you can get the sense that there was cooperation between Mexican and American authorities as well. So I wanted to make sure we got this story into you going forward.
What pills are these, chat? Little Fenty?
So more though on Zambada, he was one of the longest surviving capos in Mexico.
Capos.
He was considered the strategist of the Sinaloa cartel, more involved in day-to-day operations than his flashier and better-known boss, El Chapo. Strong ties, though, to Colombian cocaine supply.
Yo, chat, I've been waiting for El Chapo to escape, man, but this nigga taking way too long, man.
Man, El Chapo.
I guess that escape shit don't.
El Chapo ain't finna get up out of that goddamn Supermax. That's why they went on and extradited his ass back to the United States. Ain't no digging up out that bitch, nigga. That's Supermax. He underground, nigga. Where he gonna dig to? That the hell? That prison where El Chapo in is underground, nigga. He ain't getting out that bitch, nigga. No. Unless they let him out the front door. Now that's possible. But all right, we're gonna move on. I just want to piggyback on the back of the Rafael Edmonds shit to let you know how dirty this shit go and how they snitch. You know what I mean? They tell these people, no, don't snitch, don't do this, but all of them motherfuckers at the top be snitching. Rafael Edmonds, El Chapo's sons, goddamn Brian Gibbs, Sammy the Bull, goddamn Terrence Gangster Williams, everybody, all of them, bro. All of them, bro. If listen, I'm gonna just say this: if you out in the streets and you got a big homie, and your big homie like a real big homie, and he moving some shit, his chances are, and he been free for a while, his chances are he is working. Trust me now. I ain't saying he is, but the chances are. So go on, get up out them streets, my nigga. Go on, get up out them bitches, dog. Let me see. Let me see. Let me going on. We going on. What I got left? Hold on. I gotta figure out what the next story is. I tell you, having so many of them bitches. I can't remember. Okay, we did Meg. We did El Mayo. Oh, I got it. We're gonna do Julio Foolio, right? We're gonna do Julio Foolio. But while we doing Julio Foolio, I'm gonna put the picture of Young and Ace up there, right? So last night here on this channel, right, we had a debate. Well, before day this morning, and it was a healthy debate. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Maya the model. Shout out to everybody who participated in the debate, and we was trying to figure out whether OG Jacario was right about the girl not being at any of the celebrations that night when Julio Foolio was unalive. And then we watched King AK-47 video, and King AK-47 video said that the girl was at the pool party. I tried to contact OG Jacario. He didn't hit me back. Maybe because my message might have went to that spam folder in his DMs. But I did get in contact with King AK-47. I ain't gonna tell you exactly what he said because you know AK be AK be going off sometime depending on how he feels. But I'm gonna just say this: what he said. He said the girl for sure was at the pool party. You know what I'm saying? He said the girl was for sure at the pool party. He said it actually does say that in the paperwork. He said that they said that he picked her up, which is what it mean. It says Isaiah. He said I don't got the paperwork, y'all. I'm just telling you what AK said. He said Isaiah. I need to get it so I can double check. But he said that it says that Isaiah picked her up from the pool party. So AK is standing on his statement that the girl was at the party with Julio Foolio. Maybe maybe I could get in contact with OG Jacario tomorrow or something. Maybe he'll hit me back later on. I'll keep trying to hit him up to see could he clarify his statement, or at least at least his title, by him saying that the girl was never at any of the celebrations with Julio Foolio that evening. But I did talk to AK, and AK say 100% the girl was at the pool party. So, know what I'm saying? Y'all can take it how y'all take it how as y'all may. But I did say that I was gonna try to get in contact with both of them so we could solve this, so we could get to the bottom of this, because they're saying two totally different things. And I do need to get to the bottom of this in order for me to go forward with making any more videos on the Julio Foolio situation, because I don't want to make a video and saying the girl backdoored Julio Foolio and she didn't. And I don't want to make a video saying she didn't backdoor Julio Foolio by being at the parties, and she did. I tend to believe she was at the party, and that's just only from my own opinion. I cannot say that any of you guys are wrong or right, depending on either way you feel. I'm just telling you where I'm at with it, and I'm just telling you what I did today in order for us to try to get to the bottom of the situation to figure out which one of the bloggers was correct, because one of them wrong. One of them is wrong. And it's cool because we wrong all the time, y'all. Like, you know what I mean? We get it wrong. We ain't perfect, but the important thing is if you do get it wrong, to come back and to straighten that out and put out another video straightening that out, so your fans, I mean your subscribers, will get the proper information, and uh the people who actually do have the proper information will get credit where credit is due, and they don't have to change their videos and nothing. We don't double down on wrong information here. We come back and we let everybody know, hey, look, man, this shit wrong. Da 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 da. So shout out to King AK-47 for for hit me back and let me know how he feel about the situation. Honestly speaking, say gotta respect how you do your commentary, because man, it's some YouTubers saying anything playing detective. Yeah, man. Look, man. I don't be. I be trying to get it right, and if that means if I'm wrong, and it's right, somebody else has the right information. Hey, man, I'm gonna apologize, and I'm gonna go with the right information, because that's just the right thing to do. Like, you know what I mean? Like some of these dudes just be want to be right and they be wronger than a bitch. That ain't Marita boy. Marita boy want to be. I want to get it right for you guys. You know what I'm saying? Because I just want to help. I just want to disseminate good information so that you guys can come here and y'all know that y'all can get some factual shit. You know what I'm saying? So many people, like Trump say, with fake news on this motherfucker, tricking people to hit the like button so they could get the likes and views and shit like that. But I'm not one to do that. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. It's something else that I wanted to pull up though. It's something else that I want. Okay, not right there. Damn. Okay, right here. Hold on. Where this nigga at? Where this nigga at? Bruh. All right, we're gonna piggyback. We're gonna piggyback
Ace, man, when you got
on the back of this Young and Ace situation. All right. I ran across, shout out to the Real Field TV. I used to watch the Real Field all the time. It looked like he been out of my algorithm for a while, so I ain't seen him in a while, but I seen this video pop up. This is Rashad Murphy from the Julio Foolio murder, right? This is the night of when they surrounded his residence, and SWAT team was able to get him to apprehend him for the murder of Julio Foolio. Bro, Rashad was crying, y'all. Do y'all see this? Like, Rashad was crying, y'all. Hit that like button, guys. Hit that like button. Please donate to the channel. The Cash App is pinned at the top of the chat. I appreciate you guys. Rashad was crying, y'all. I had to speak on this. I had to speak on this. Salute to everybody, all the new subscribers, man. Salute to all the new subscribers. Please jump in the chat and let me know where y'all from, so I can give y'all guys a shout out when this live is over. But salute to all the new subscribers, man. And salute to my mods too, man. Bruh, I had to talk about this. I had to talk about this. I had to. I had to. Do y'all see Rashad is crying, y'all? It reminds me of Joe Dirt when goddamn Kid Rock say, "You crying, boy? You crying, boy?" When Joe Dirt started running down the street, "You crying, boy? You crying, my nigga?" Like, bro, like young people that's in the streets, people that may be thinking about doing something to somebody and thinking that you could get away with it and things of this nature, whatever, whatever. I want y'all to take a good look at this motherfucker, right? You know what I'm saying? Take a good look at him, bro. This the same dude that had a gun to his head, threatening to do something to himself. When the SWAT team came to get him, when that karma came for his ass. I want y'all to look at this shit, right? I want you to look at this shit. Now, I got a question. This dude, I got a statement. Then I got a question. This dude is allegedly one of the guys that came all the way from Jacksonville on the 22nd to unalive Julio Foolio. If y'all look at that goddamn video, boy, that shit looked like a movie. Them dudes was shooting at that goddamn Julio Foolio on them like a movie. It was one person unalive, which was Julio Foolio, and 3 people injured. You know what I'm saying? It could have been a quadruple murder if it wasn't for the grace of God, right? Um, but then when the people come and put the cuffs on you, you put a gun to your head and then you threaten to kill yourself, but then you don't got enough courage to do that. So they take you to jail, and when they take you to jail, you crying. You crying. They didn't shoot you. They didn't beat you. They didn't nothing happened to you as that would equal to what happened to that what you did to Julio Foolio. But still and yet you crying though. You crying. This is what I'm talking about here, bro. This is what I'm talking about here, bro. Like, please stop following these people, dogs. Please stop listening to this music and wanting to be what you hear in this music. This shit is all a facade. This shit is all manipulation. It's all like just to get you to make a bad decision. This is the real. Look at this guy. He's crying. He crying. Like a baby, he was crying. Came out the door with a dog. He crying. He crying because he know his life over. But I bet you this. I bet you if them police wouldn't have came, he would have been on the internet eventually talking big shit, or he would have been around his friends or his family or on his hood talking big shit, like he the man, this and that there. But really inside, look at it. Look at it. This the real him, crying like a motherfucker because he know it's over. You see? You see? This is the real him. This is the real. Everybody in that clique finna start telling on each other. Everybody in that clique doesn't start telling on each other. Listen, I'm willing to tell you, this dude definitely told because he was crying. He was crying when they was apprehending him. He definitely told. We know that some of them light-skinned people told. As of right now, the only person that ain't probably told in this Julio Foolio situation is the other suspect that's still on the run. I'm willing to bet you $100 to 10 that all 4 of the suspects that's done been apprehended done told on each other. I'm willing to bet you that. You see? You see. Another cautionary tale. This shit just sad, dog. Hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button. Look at him. He crying. You crying, boy? You crying, boy? You crying, boy? Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Boy, you was sure letting that thing ring. You was letting that thing go on that goddamn Tesla 4K video. That goddamn 5K Tesla video. But right here, I can see the tears rolling down your cheeks. I can see the snot running down your nose, nigga. You see what I'm saying? But these the gangsters though. You see what I'm saying? You crying, dog. Bro, even the girl wasn't crying. Bro, this shit is insane, bro. And I'm telling you, I do not believe they got paid. I don't believe they got paid. They might have got paid. We'll see when when the discovery and all of that shit come out. But they might have not even got paid, bro. Just threw their life away. Look at his face. He's crying. He's crying. I bet you was laughing and happy when you was getting down on Julio Foolio. But while you were getting down on Julio Foolio, you might as well would have been shooting yourself because you destroyed your own life. You killed your own self. And the bad part about it, you done had time enough to see people do the same thing. We saw this with the O Block 6. We saw this with other individuals who is on trial now for killing people, unaliving people. So this shit just crazy, dog. I just wanted to make sure I showed y'all that picture of this nigga crying, dog. Rashad fucking crying. 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 I want this shit to be burnt in people's memories. This nigga crying, gang. Crying. 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 Look at him. This a big stepper. You see? That go to show you anybody can do something to you, bro. Now he gonna get in jail and he gonna talk tough. You see? But really he want his mama right now. Mama. You see? Bro, these ain't no men, bro. These ain't no men. He can't even take the consequences of the things he do. He was in over his head. You see? And as long as he didn't get caught for it, he was gonna pretend like he was on that. He was that type of person. But really, you was in over your head. Really, you want to go throw up after you pulled that trigger. You know? But you just play tough. You see? Man. Wake up, young black men. Wake up, young black sisters, man. Y'all make sure y'all get out the streets. Hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button. Let's move on, man. Hit that like button. Let's move on. I did a video, 2 videos a couple of weeks back about Terence Howard and how he, for some reason, turned into a genius. Like let me see.
Terence Howard.
He turned into a genius, right? And um, and when we talk about Terence Howard, yeah, we talk about, it's hard out here for a pimp. We talking about whoop that trick, get him, whoop that trick. For 10 years, Terence Howard's been running around talking about the sun, moon, stars, quasars, motherfuckers sound like Elwood chess. Y'all don't know where that come from. That come out Boys in the Hood. That's what Ice Cube said. But he been running around here telling people about astrophysics, astrophysics and quantum physics and all of this type of shit. And it's just been taking people for a loop. Like he even spoke at Oxford and all type of shit. Like he been going back and forth with Neil deGrasse Tyson and all of that. And everybody says that Terrence Howard is Looney Tunes. Terrence Howard says 1 × 1 = 2. Like everybody, even a second grader knows that 1 × 1 = 1. But Terrence Howard says 1 × 1 = 2. He came up with his own language. Came up with his own kind of shapes. He has patents. Let Terrence Howard tell it. He is the smartest person since Stephen Hawking, who ever graced the planet. Well, he went on Joe Rogan. That went viral. But the thing about it is, Terrence Howard does have knowledge in certain areas, and the knowledge that he has, most normal people don't know shit about it. So what happens is Terrence Howard runs around and talks this quantum physics, computer science jargon, and the average person is not fluid in it. So it just makes Terrence seem like he's just the brightest person in the world. So the science community got tired of it, and they invited him back on Joe Rogan. And this time they put him on with famed mathematician Eric Weinstein. And I want to show y'all this thing went bad, really bad. But before we get into it, hit that like button, guys, because this is one of the strangest stories you will ever see. A lot of people don't know this is what's going on with Terence Howard. This is strange. But I'm going to give y'all my opinion on what I think is really happening with Terence Howard at the conclusion of this video.
It's the worst kind of stupid person. A stupid person that has convinced himself that they're not only smart, but a genius.
I had the grand unified field equation at 7-8.
I've never in my life seen someone spout off so much easily fact-checkable bullshit for as long as he has, with as much confidence as he has.
So if you can prove that an action times an action equals a reaction, which science proves, then 1 times 1 must equal more than 1.
Because I'm sure you've seen a lot of them recently with the Joe Rogan interviews going as viral as they have, but Terence Tesseract Howard has been pretending to be the god of math and science for about a decade.
Diamond gets stronger at 2,000 degrees Celsius. So we dope them with boron, and we're creating these chips that will speed up the computer 1,000 times.
And you learned all of this from the Rihanna video. That is incredible.
I've spent the last month or so researching why he chooses to be like this, and I found that his story is a lot darker than I could have imagined. So let's get started.
I was able to open up the flower of life properly and find the real wave conjugations.
Not only is Terence Howard that guy that says right on TV, but he is also a self-proclaimed mathematician, physicist, and overall science god. A science god so powerful that he has single-handedly reinvented all things math, physics, and geometry, but also has the ability to create planets out of nothing but numerical sentences and vortices. The core of teriology is the fact that 1 times 1 equals 2, because in Terry's own words,
how is it that multiplication, if it means to make more and increase in number, how is 1 times 1 equaling 1 part of the multiplication table?
I don't know where he got that from. That's not the definition of multiplication at all. Like, it sounds good because he's rambling and you're probably half-assed listening, but if you think about what he said for 2 seconds, you'll remember that negative numbers exist and decimals exist, both things that make numbers smaller. And if you still think I'm hating on little Terry, look at the paper he wrote for his thesis and you'll see in 2 seconds that it's batshit crazy. First and foremost, let's ask the most obvious question. Is this a finished equation? Yes. The answer is no. Let's start our forensic audit there. It's an incomplete equation. No, it's not. Why? Because it's not even on both sides. It is though. It 100% is though. Yes, nature desires action but demands equilibrium. See, that's one of those things that if you're like a little buzzed and you're half-assed listening, that sounds smart. Nature moves, equilibrium, that sounds like some science. But if you think about it for 2 seconds, like honestly, what does that mean? Nature desires movement? Rocks are nature as shit. They don't move. And also, we are talking about math. Why are you talking about rivers and seas? They are not the same. They are not the same. Therefore, in order for an equation to be finished / complete, both sides of the equation must be equally balanced. Yet in the case of 1 times 1, we have an unfinished equation. I promise you we don't. Because we have 2 1s on one side of the equation and 1 1 on the other side of the equation. That's your logic for why every single person who's ever done math is wrong and you're right? We have two numbers on one side and 1 number on the other side. That's not the same. That's just how math works, dumbass. You know what the saddest part of this is? I've had 3 people in my family tell me that Terence Howard is a genius. 3! And those are just the 3 that I talked to him about. Who knows how many more think this moron is smart? 2 numbers on one side and 1 on the other. You should go to prison for just saying that out loud. All right, shut up now. Now, as I've been making this video, this man, Terence Howard, had the nerve to have another appearance on Joe Rogan's show, this time with mathematician Eric Weinstein. And tell me why, when Eric confronts him on his 1 times 1 bullshit, little Terry cucks out and says it was a metaphor the entire time.
When I say 1 times 1 equals 2, that's a metaphor for challenging the status quo.
Really? This is your guy? A metaphor? One that he's written papers about, has talked about all over the world, and has never referred to as a metaphor. But now that he has this mathematician challenging him on this nonsense, all of a sudden, He was just being artistic. Jail. And we've got Joe Rogan over here with the biggest adult audience in the world looking at Terry like he's Dr. Manhattan, like, wow, Daddy Science, please tell me more. You're so smart.
Your explanation of these things and your description of the very nature of reality itself is not something that should be taken lightly.
No.
What is wrong with you? Isn't Joe Rogan the guy who like reads scientist books before they come on his podcast? You could have looked up anything on Terence Howard. There's so much out there. And you should have realized that he is a dumbass.
No, Terence is a genius, bro.
Pray for Aubrey.
Mental illness should be treated in private. It should not be amplified and glorified in front of tens of millions of people. That is unacceptable. And Joe, you should be banned from America for 3 months minimum for the way you handle that podcast alone, okay? But I'm dictator. That is what I would do to you, just so you know. So start preparing. Now, to all the Rogan fans out there, I will say Joe did a much better job holding little Terrence's feet to the fire in the second interview. But also, I don't care. It's still 3 months. Have fun in another country. But I apologize. I'm getting ahead of myself because Daddy Science has even more to teach us. Because according to him, the only reason we have this janky-ass math that's responsible for all human innovation is because of the Anunnaki sky people. He wrote this in his thesis. These are the things that he's sending to people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, expecting them to take it seriously. This man is saying that we have fake math because of the sky people. Prison. Some call them the Anunnaki, the sky people. Whomever they were, they gave that naive generation some 6,000 years ago a multiplication table and a flat view of the universal geometry. They gave that poor misguided people a false axiom upon which to build their world. A false axiom that would behave almost as a bumper for our infantile-like species. I can hear his fans in the comments now. Okay, Kamal, well, maybe the math isn't right, but what about the shapes? Terence Howard invented shapes. Dumbass. So like I said earlier, Terence has convinced himself that he has invented a new shape. And according to this Rolling Stone article, he spends 17 hours a day putting these little plastic models together so he can use them to save the world.
Now we have invented a new form of flight that I would like to bring here to Uganda to replace the drones, to replace the helicopters, to replace the planes.
That nigga say here in Uganda. That nigga going all over the world spewing this rhetoric.
We have all the funding necessary. What we need is just a fertile ground in which to build this. Now, this is the geometry of hydrogen. Of hydrogen. Hydrogen. This is the proton itself. So any bond that hydrogen can make, our linchpins are able to make. So we're talking about unlimited bonding, unlimited predictable structures, supersymmetry. The linchpins are now able to behave as a swarm, as a colony that can defend the nation.
This man just told the entire country of Uganda with a straight face that he has created alien technology drones that can combine with each other like Voltron and will single-handedly send their country into the future like it's vibranium in Wakanda. Jail. This is what happens when we have a culture that worships celebrities. Just because you can pretend to be other people or sing and dance does not mean you are a scientist. It doesn't necessarily mean you aren't a scientist or can't be a scientist, but it definitely does not mean you are a scientist. If anything, it means you're probably not one. And for the record, this is the ultimate power that little Terry is talking about.
Unlimited bonding, supersymmetry.
Hey, I got a question. Y'all think Terence Howard crazy?
Supersymmetry.
You can pay someone $7 to make that on Fiverr right now. To be fair to Terence here, he has put in some groundwork to make these linchpins in real life. He even created a contest with a $25,000 grand prize for whoever can make the best linchpins. But unfortunately, they all just kind of look like this. You know, they're like kind of cool looking, but it's basically just a shittier, slower version of something that's existed for years. And if I'm being honest, it would be really cool if Terrence just said he was working on finding a new way of flight. But you lose me and anyone who isn't batshit crazy when you say you're going to take these shapes to create planets and save the universe. But luckily for all of us, Terrence's science genius doesn't just stop here, because we're all about to witness how Terence Howard creates planets.
And we rebuild the planet Saturn without gravity. It has the rings and the hexagon that's observed at the very top of it, without dark matter, without dark energy, without gravity, showing that it's an outward force pushing down that creates the planet.
Internal fission reaction, nuclear in a planet with magnetic fields from iron cores, etc.
Oh yeah, this is again just something Terry paid someone to make in an animation software. I know earlier he said that this is the same software Princeton uses.
We use the same simulator that they use at Princeton.
That's a lie, unless he's talking about like their filmmaking department or something, because this is Blender. It's just an animation software. Everything on screen right now, also made in Blender. And also not real. You can't make the claim that every single person on this planet is doing math and science wrong with your proof being 2 shitty animated videos. That's just as batshit crazy as me telling my family I'm stopping everything to become a crime fighter because I watched Berlizzi play Arkham Asylum on YouTube. Becoming a crime fighter would be stupid, but you know what's not stupid? Smelling good. That's why I'm so grateful to say that today's video is sponsored by Scentbird. Scentbird is a subscription service that sends you new fragrances every single month. Now, I'm not someone who's super aware of everything that's going on in the world of fragrance, so for my first month, I got 3 colognes that were pretty different, but were all still something I could actually see myself using. So I chose Arabian's Tonka from Montel Paris, probably said that wrong, Ride from Yellowstone, and Ember from Jason Aboud. And yes, I did look up how to say his last name properly. Each one comes in a bottle like this, and once you open it up, you can see they actually do give you a pretty decent amount in there. Another thing I really appreciate about this service is that each fragrance you get is going to come with this little card that gives you a great description of the fragrance, the key scents of the cologne or perfume, and even where to buy it. Now, to give a quick review of the 3 that I got, Ember is going to be like your typical cologne. You know, you got a first date, it's safe. The Arabian Tonka is definitely a more unique smell. That's going to be the one people are probably going to ask you about it, because I've never had a cologne that smells like that. It smells really good, it's just different. And Ride by Yellowstone is definitely my personal favorite. It's a good mix of things like sage, tobacco, vanilla, and smoked whiskey because I'm an alpha man. This really is a great service for anyone who's interested in fragrances and wants the ability to try different things. Their website has over 800 fragrances to choose from, and whether you want to go the Gucci or Christian Dior route, or maybe more of an indie route, they have you covered. So if you want to get 55% off your first order, use the code Kamal at checkout, or click the first link in the description and begin to level up your fragrance game, because I guarantee you the ladies will appreciate it. Now let's get back to the world's smartest man. And of course, we can't forget about Walter Russell and the University of Science and Philosophy, since those were such huge influences on Terence's scientific mind.
And so I got in touch with the University of Science and Philosophy after watching some stuff about Walter Russell.
I'm going to play a video from their own website, and you tell me if you think these are the greatest innovators of our generation, or a bunch of sad losers that got tricked into being part of a fake science cult.
We know that such a supreme effort starts in the heart and soul of every individual on Earth.
What are we talking about?
Is the true currency of every cosmic man and woman.
Is this nigga serious?
See? Told you. Like, oh, the University of Philosophy and Science? That sounds so smart. And then you go on their website and you're like, oh, this is where the sad people go. And for Terence's slower fans in the back, the University of Science and Philosophy is not a real college or university. It's just where a defeated person's little remaining self-respect goes to die. So yeah, Terence is not a science genius, but he might just be a pathological liar. And like a really bad one too. According to Terence, he would have got his bachelor's from Pratt University, but 2 years in, he quit because he got into an argument with his teacher about, I'm sure you know, yeah, 1 × 1 = 2. At least he's consistent, you know. Consistently stupid, but consistent nonetheless. Terence also said he got his PhD in chemical engineering from South Carolina University.
What school did you go to?
Well, I went to South Carolina State University, and they gave me my doctorate in applied materials and chemical engineering.
The only issue with that is that they don't offer a graduate program for chemical engineering. So again, for the slow fans in the back, that means he's lying. Honestly, I don't think he went to Pratt either. I can't prove it, but I just don't think so. And again, this is a terrible lie, because how are you going to claim to have your doctorate when you admit that you don't even have your bachelor's? Another fun lie Terence likes to tell is the story about how when he was a teenager, he was diagnosed with Bell's palsy, which totally paralyzed the right side of his face. And according to him, doctors said that he had a 5% chance of ever being normal again. So of course, Terence did what any anime protagonist would do. He started electrocuting himself in the face. He says he cut the wires out of his dad's electric razor, attached it to a fuse box in the basement, and started jamming the loose wires into his face. I did that every day for 5 months, and then I felt the slightest little twitch inside. Pause. But my personal favorite lie is when Terence told Joe Rogan with a straight face that he remembers his own birth, circumcision, and has been conscious since he was 6 months old in the womb.
My first memory was almost like when you're dreaming and you're falling and you hit the bottom and you wake up.
Mm-hmm.
That was my first memory, but I didn't wake up here. I was inside my mother's womb. Now something's moving in front of you and you're like, oh, that's my friend. But I had a different name for it. I didn't know it was my hand, but I knew I had a title for it. I remember being born. I remember being circumcised. I remember the whole nine.
Again, this should go without saying, but that's physically impossible. The human brain isn't even close to being developed enough to start gaining memories when you're that young. So he's just lying. And even if Terence Howard happens to be the only person in recorded history to have this kind of super brain, how would you know to focus and remember everything when you have no concept of memory or even existing? That doesn't make any sense. It's not like he understands, like, oh shit, I woke up 6 months into the womb. Let me try to remember this. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity that I could talk about in Joe Rogan. Like, you're just a baby. You have no concept of anything. And how would you think to name your hand when you've never even heard words spoken before? Not only does little Terry frequently lie about his past, but he loves to make a claim that is batshit crazy and then prove that claim with something that is totally unrelated. For example, this is Terence's way of proving that he remembers his own birth.
And the proof of it was when my wife Mira that you just met.
Gold Peak tea is brewed from the top leaves of the tea plant because they're the best ones, in my opinion.
My apologies to the rest of the leaves. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Joe Rogan.
I got y'all watching how Terence Howard done went crazy.
Pregnant with my son Kieran.
Because it's important. Like this, like I think he's actually going crazy. So when the shit hit the fan, you know, in the next couple of years, we'll know what happened to him.
Prove to her what I was talking about. So I put a light on her stomach every day at 6 o'clock at night. And I would move that light back and forth and I put a song on for a week straight. On Saturday, after a week, I didn't put the light there and I didn't do the music. And he pushed up on her stomach.
How does this prove anything? This literally has nothing to do with the story you just told. I mean, you're both babies, but that's about it. And he does this all the time, like saying that this shape proves that the square root of 2 is 1.
This is the proof that the square root of 2 is a rational number.
It doesn't, though. Or his proof that he's a science genius and everybody else is wrong is that he has a bunch of patents.
If you're right, so many people are wrong.
Everyone's wrong. Oh, but the universe backs me up. And I have the proof of it. You have all these physicists that's saying something different, but none of them have 97 patents.
The patent to using a washer for an earring, that's what's proving that all physicists don't know what they're talking about. He does realize that anybody can get a patent, right? And that this doesn't mean anything. Does he know that? Or is he just hoping Joe doesn't? That's the question I need answers to. This man is so smug, but find me one person on this planet that has ever benefited from any of his inventions, okay? Because Terry has been talking that dumb shit for like 10 years now. So where are all these people who are living in paradise because of Terryology? We're all alive right now because scientists, engineers, and everyone who makes shit realizes that 1 times 1 will always equal 1. If they listen to Terrence's dumbass, we would all be dead. And for the record, if someone invented something and it's their nameology, it's not real. But Kamal, what about his VR patent? It would have made him $7 trillion if those lawyers weren't there to shake him down. All VR technology is based off of Terence Howard genius. No. Here is what actually happened. It is true that Terence Howard applied for a patent that was related to VR and AR, but he abandoned it before it could go through the entire process. Patents need to be looked over and audited by professionals. This is a process that can take years and years. Terence's patent got approved for nothing.
If you look at the patent, these companies have all earned, they have multi-billion-dollar companies they built off of my patent. Just roll through.
Sony, Microsoft, Amazon,
Hewlett Packard.
Yeah.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. IBM, and it's still making money. This patent has earned over $7 trillion.
Yeah, all of that was just wrong. Just because a company cites your patent application, it doesn't mean they took anything from your application. It doesn't even mean that they agree with anything that's in your application. The only thing that those citings actually mean is that those companies looked at Terence Howard's patent application. That's it. So when it comes to Terence Howard acting like all VR technology stems from his genius patent, he's either lying or has no idea what he's talking about, which was basically that entire 3-hour podcast. And $7 trillion, honestly, I don't know how he came up with that number. I'm assuming he just took the value of all the companies that were on that list and added them together. But hopefully I don't have to explain how stupid and arrogant it is to try to take credit for the entire success of a company just because they looked at your patent application. Especially when those companies have been successful decades before Terence even knew what a patent was. And that even if the patent went through, there is zero evidence that these companies would owe him $1.
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
People like Terry here have always fascinated me. Like how you have the balls to go on the biggest podcast in the world and just spew very fact-checkable bullshit for 3 hours straight is insane to me. And like I said, this man has just been pretending to be a scientist for a decade now. So I'm sitting here thinking, right, like what compels somebody to constantly make a fool of themselves over and over and over again? You know what I mean? Because it's not like Terence Howard is just that guy who's too old to be working at Arby's. He's a nominated actor. But every day he makes the conscious decision to take the L. I just don't get it. So I came up with a theory. And for the record, I have no books. I have no data. I'm just a guy shooting from the hip, okay? Me and you were just two old broads talking shit. So here's my theory. Terence Howard played Rhodey in Iron Man 1 and was actually the highest paid actor on the entire set. I think he got like 6 times more money than Robert Downey Jr. got. But rumor has it Jon Favreau, the director of Iron Man 1, hated Terence's performance. He apparently hated it so much he had to cut around it when he was editing the movie. So when it was time to shoot Iron Man 2, instead of giving Terence the $8 million he was supposed to get in his contract, Marvel decided to cut Rhodey's role significantly and only offered Terence a measly $1 million. Terence and his team declined. Next thing we know, Don Cheadle is War Machine. Now, missing out on one acting opportunity doesn't sound like the biggest deal in the world, especially when you're already famous. But Don Cheadle made about $50 million from that War Machine role, let alone all the other opportunities that it gave him. But for Terence, on the other hand, getting replaced kind of blacklisted him in Hollywood. It was rumored that Terence was super difficult on set, and when one of the hottest directors in Hollywood is saying you did a shitty job, you know, it's not a good look. And after everything went down, it's also rumored that Terence's acting fee went from $3 to $4 million to $40,000 almost immediately. So my theory is, instead of Terence Howard accepting his loss and taking accountability for his shitty behavior, this man said, if I can't be Iron Man on the screen, I'm going to be Iron Man in real life. And has been trying to convince himself and the world that he is a science god that got all of his alien knowledge from portals and shit. Tell me this isn't just an obnoxious egomaniac who can't take accountability. Tell me that's not what this is. Tell me. You know that's a genius theory. I have nothing to back it up, but tell me I'm wrong. You can't.
As far as me harming somebody, anybody that knows me, I really can't harm a fly.
See, when you combine a loss of opportunity like that with a f***ed up childhood, everything starts to make sense. See, Terence Howard was born to a 15-year-old mother and abusive father and was raised in the godforsaken Cleveland, Ohio. So it's safe to say that his childhood was ass. But unfortunately, growing up in dog shit Cleveland, Ohio was not the worst of it for Terence, because when this man was only a toddler, he witnessed his father stab a man to death while in line to go see Santa Claus. This really happened. In 1971, when Terence was only 2 years old, he went to go see Santa Claus with his dad, his pregnant mom, and his 3 other siblings. At some point, the Howard family is accused of cutting by some other people in line, and a fight breaks out between Tyrone Howard, Terence's dad, and a man named Jack Fitzpatrick, who apparently taught people how to be priests, which is totally insane. According to witnesses, Jack had Terence's dad pinned against a wall and kneed him in the groin, which caused Tyrone to take a sharp object out of his pocket, stabbing Jack in the leg and in the neck, which eventually did kill him. Tyrone then fled the scene, taking his family to his mom's house before turning himself in a few hours later. Now, according to my reality TV research, when you have parents that are batshit crazy, you have 2 options. You can either use them as an example of what not to be or become exactly like them. Guess which route Terence chose? Yeah, the bad one. Yeah, good guess. See, Terence has a very long history of being a violent psychopath. Let's go through a brief rundown of his history so you can know what I'm talking about. In the year 2000, Terence was arrested for assaulting a flight attendant who had asked him to sit back in his seat. What a bitch, I know. Less than a year after that, Terence was arrested for allegedly breaking down his wife's door, dragging her to the backyard, and punching her in the face. Twice. A little while after that, he was charged with punching a woman in the face at a restaurant. Not his wife this time, don't worry, just a random woman. Now, I'm sure you're asking, Kamal, what could make a famous actor punch a random woman in the face in the middle of a restaurant? Well, Terence thought that she got sat before him, so she kind of had that one coming. In 2010, less than 7 days after marrying his second wife, she accused Terence of trying to throw her off of a balcony and again, punching her in the face. In 2012, his girlfriend Mei Sang-yang accused him of attacking her in his house and even filed a civil suit against him. And in 2013, Terence was accused of strangling his ex-wife in Costa Rica and again, punching her in the face.
Being accused of domestic violence, all of those things. And I thought it was a curse at the time, but it was really removing me from advancing down the wrong path.
Yeah, not the greatest guy to ever live.
For 40 years, I was told I was wrong.
Deep down, I understand the sentiment that the Terence fans have. It would be amazing if an actor figured out how to tweak math and could single-handedly send us into the future. And one day, maybe that'll happen. But it's never going to be from someone like Terence Howard. Because Terence isn't looking for the truth. He's looking for little bullshit gotchas that will make him appear smart to people who don't know anything about math or science, which unfortunately is almost all of us. That's why when his theories have been critiqued by people who actually know what they're talking about, he either pouts like a child, pretends that he can't hear them.
You said that $1 times $1 is $2?
Huh?
When you multiply those 2 things together, you get a pound squared.
A pound squared, yeah.
The unit gets squared as well.
1 squared. Say that again. You use the mic.
Or lies and says that it was just a metaphor the entire time.
When I say 1 times 1 equals 2, that's a metaphor for challenging the status quo.
But Terence isn't the only one that does stuff like this, because we're all guilty of holding on to a belief because we're too emotionally attached to see the truth. The biggest difference is, 1, the lies we tell ourselves aren't as obnoxious, and 2, we're not super famous, so we can't go on Joe Rogan and look stupid. And 3, we don't give women black eyes. Unless they deserve it. Sorry. So I challenge everyone watching to be better than Terence and continue to challenge and question your own beliefs and to own your bullshit, at least privately. So that.
All right, the reason why I played this video is because this is very interesting, y'all. Terence Howard is one of the greatest actors of our generation, y'all. Like real shit. Like Terence Howard is a great actor. We love Terence Howard's acting and the diversity of the roles that he's able to play. But this is troubling, y'all. This is troubling. I did a couple videos about a month or so ago back about this situation that was going on with Terence Howard, because we was trying to figure out, was Terence Howard a genius? Was Terence Howard bullshitting us? Or was Terence Howard going crazy? Right? And it was a lot of people in my chat that was saying that Terence Howard was smart and was saying that they understood what Terence Howard was saying. Well, once Terence Howard went back on Joe Rogan and was confronted by mathematician Eric Weinstein, we saw that Terence Howard changed his tune. Terence Howard said that, oh, when I said 1 times 1 equals 2, it was just a metaphor. No, nigga, you legitimately said that shit means 2. It was 2. And I ain't even all that swift in math and all of that shit, but I know damn well 1 times 1 equals 1. If 1 times 1 don't equal 1, then we don't got no computers. These airplanes don't fly. These cell phones don't work. These spaceships don't go up and down. Nigga, them ladies on the movie Hidden Figures, goddamn Taraji Henson, them, they would have never been able to get them damn spaceships back down to Earth, nigga, from orbiting the goddamn the planet. You know what I'm saying? Nothing would fucking work, right? Like common sense. Like, he's attacking math at its basic level. Well, we know at its basic level it has to be correct, at least at some form, because of the advancements that we have achieved as the human race, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like real shit, like skyscrapers, all this type of shit, cars, compasses, everything that we have is based on mathematics, nigga. And this man saying 1 times 1 equals 2. Hey, how the fuck, nigga? No, 1 plus 1 equals 2, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So it brings me to this conclusion. I think Terence Howard is going crazy. Terence Howard been doing this shit for 10 years. Terence Howard been all the way to Uganda, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like real shit. Like he is not embarrassed about this shit at all. He's been all in Oxford. He's been debating Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's been doing this for 10 years, bro. I think what's happening is the same thing that happened to my older brother. I think Terence Howard, slowly but surely, is losing his mind. And I think we all watching him slowly deteriorate mentally. You know what I'm saying? And I think because this reminds me of what happened with my brother. Like it be subtle, y'all. It be subtle shit. It don't happen all of a sudden. It's like little bit by little bit by little bit over years. It took my brother, let me see, 96, 2006. It took my brother about 15 years to go for him to legitimately have a, all the way break down to where when he went to the mental hospital, they diagnosed him with a chemical imbalance, and that is the scientific term for crazy, right? So the reason why I'm documenting this because I didn't know this, and I'm sure a lot of people don't know that this is going on with Terence Howard, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So it's very disturbing, it's very interesting, but it's also educational. And I just wanted to make sure that we know we here on this channel see what's going on. It's documented. My subscribers know, and we're gonna pray for him and hope that everything be all right with him. But I definitely think that Buddy is losing his mind, bro. Real shit. I don't think it's an act. He been doing this too long. He's not getting paid for this. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's an ego thing. I think he legitimately is slipping into the sunken place, my nigga. Real shit. Real shit. Because he been doing this for too long. And as he go around, as he go on The View, as he go to these colleges, as he go to Joe Rogan, as he go around all of these, he even did this shit on the red carpet. I think that everybody's laughing at him, bro. Everybody laughing at him, bro. Real shit. Like, that's how I know this not an act. That's how I know that there's something going on upstairs in his head. And it's just tragic for him to go from one of the greatest actors of our time to probably somebody that's gonna be in a mental hospital as he gets older, bro. Real shit. I think that's what's happening with him, bro. So I'm gonna go and end this live, man. We did 4 hours, man. I appreciate everybody, man. Thank y'all for subscribing. Thank y'all for tuning in. You know what I'm saying? We covered a lot of topics. Shout out to Sky Mosaic for coming up on the platform and sharing her opinion about what women think about Kamala Harris and the Meg Thee Stallion situation at the DNC what is it called, a rally or whatever. Shout out to my guy, it's Aaron's Way, who rocked out with me on the platform for a long time this evening. Appreciate you, gang. Shout out to Anonymous Ones. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to his channel. Shout out to my girl Eddie. Eddie just didn't like that we was talking about Terence Howard because you know she from Memphis. Whoop that trick, get him, whoop that trick. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Earlene Lamont, appreciate you, Earlene. Shout out to Illuma Negro. Shout out to my guy Randy. Shout out to Javon. Shout out to Nate said it. Shout out to Kay. Shout out to my girl TN Boynes. I love you, Tanel. Shout out to, I'll make sure I'll give everybody shouts out that was in the chat. Shout out to Jam Nifu. Appreciate you, Jam. Shout out to who else? T Gordon. Shout out to my guy Pulu. Shout out to Bink. I seen Bink in here tonight. Shout out to Chick 1000, aka the Chick 1K. Shout out to Maya the model. Appreciate you. Shout out to let me see who else in this thing with us tonight. Trying to make sure I get everybody shots out in the chat. Shout out to Yellow Diamond, my Dominican sister. Who else? Shout out to SLK, something like Cloud TV, yo, Inglewood. Shout out to Kenny Presto. Shout out to Audio Crack 22. Shout out to Flyboy Michael Foe. Shout out to Nephew for Real. Shout out to Deputy Eula. Who else? Who else? Shout out to Sticks Schofield. Appreciate you, Sticks. If you're new to the channel, please make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you hit that like button. Who else? Who else? Try to make sure I go through the whole chat. Shout out to Mark Murder. Appreciate you, gang. Shout out to Slime Life Max. Shout out to Kenny. Shout out to Haley. Shout out to Invisible Woman. Shout out to Silk Foster Jr. Make sure you go subscribe to his YouTube channel and his Instagram. Shout out to my guy, Lil Kel Truth Movement. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel. Tell him Marita Boy sent you. Shout out to my guy, Trigger Man. Tell him, goddamn me, it's going to be all right, ho. Go subscribe to Trigger Man. Tell him TV. Also, shout out to my guy, Ronald Mack. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel over there. That's Gangland. Tell him Marita Boy sent you. Shout out to my guy, King AK-47, for clarifying whether he believed or not Alicia was at the party celebrating with Julio Foolio. Hopefully, OG Jacario will hit me back and let me know how he got to the conclusion that Miss Alicia was not at the party with Julio Foolio. But King AK-47 did hit me back, so salute to him. Go subscribe to his channel. Shout out to Denise. Who else? Shout out to Wavy. Appreciate you, Wavy. I think that's about it. Shout out to Miss Dade County. Appreciate you, Miss Dade County. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all share the live. I'm finna get on up out of here. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna do vibes. I'll do Vibes Cartel tomorrow. I'm glad you said that, Illuminegro. I'll make sure I do him tomorrow. Matter of fact, I'm finna write that down. Appreciate you for even bringing that up, because I did say that I was going, because Vibes Cartel got a crazy story, bro. I mean, god damn. I'm finna write that down right now. Vibes Cartel. So Vibes Cartel will be done tomorrow, y'all. So do y'all some research on who Vibes Cartel is. Shout out to Illuminegro. Because Vibes Cartel lives free, and bro, he came off and under a murder. That shit was crazy. But like, share, comment this video. I appreciate you guys, man. Y'all have a good evening, man. Remember, Marita Boy, appreciate y'all. You know what I mean? You welcome here. You know, it ain't no me without y'all. You know what I'm saying? If you planning on getting into blogger, do you want to get into blogger, let me know. You know what I'm saying? I'll help you. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can come up to the platform, get your feet wet. Y'all see how Sky came up to on the platform today and she was able to share her opinions. I think that's a good way to get your feet wet. If you want to get into the blogging, you know what I'm saying? You can kind of learn how to do a couple things here and then you can take off and do on your own. I don't charge for that. You know what I'm saying? It's just me. It's just something I want to do. I just feel like helping people feel like doing it. So hey, I'm cool with that. I'd rather build a relationship with you by helping you get started in blogging, and you know that's worth more than money to me. So I appreciate you guys. Like, share, comment to this video. Thank you, Eddie. Chill.